To our councillor briefing for Wednesday the 26th of November. The format for this morning for this briefing is we have emergency management up first, and then we will go into a deep dive and update from our CCO Cord. And following that, there will be the Tita Tima results, so the staff engagement survey results for this morning, and then we will follow by extraordinary council meeting this afternoon. So welcome, Tim and Al. I will hand over to you guys and look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks, Lydia. Good morning, councillors. So this is the long-awaited deep dive into emergency management. So I'd like to thank Alan and the team for their patience. They've been bumped around a little bit. I haven't really got too much to contribute this morning. You're going to hear a lot from Al and the team, and I'm just here to, I don't know, to look good, I suppose. I guess I'll try. But there are a couple of points I want to make before I hand over to Al. This is a really cool space for the council. We do a heap of work, and Al and the team are really well respected right throughout the country, and quite often when you see events, Al and the team are called on to support and provide advice. So we're really proud of the team and the work they do for Selwyn. We seem to have our fair share of emergencies in Selwyn, so they're kept busy most of the time. And I think some of the key messages for you guys today is the responsibilities that you have when we do have an event, and they're reasonably extensive, and it's not just during the event. You're going to hear Al talk today around some of the responsibilities that you have in peace times as well, so leading up to events. So it's really important that you guys understand that. And then when we have the event, it's kind of all hands on deck. So we want to give you an indication of what that looks like for you. There's a big pack of information that you've been given, and I think you only received that last night, so there's no expectation that you're across that today. But we are using it as a bit of a knowledge base for you that you can go back and refer to. And if you have any questions in the coming days around that, reach out to myself and Al, and at the appropriate time, we'll be really happy to sit down and work through that with you. Okay? So that's enough from me. I'll introduce you to Al and hand over.
Thanks, Tim. Morning, everybody. I tend to, when I do a presentation, hope that it's a conversation rather than me just presenting. So I don't know how you want to run this, Lydia, whether there's questions when a slide comes up, whether you want someone to ask the question or whether you want to wait till the end. I'm more than happy to take questions.
I think for this stuff it's probably quite inquisitive, and if you want to take questions, I'm fine with that as long as we run to time. Is the only
I'll try and keep it whizzing through.
I'll put down, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, as Tim said, I'm Al Lawn. I'm the Head of Emergency Management for Selwyn District Council, which is a privilege. And I'm also a controller and a recovery manager, so cover a number of different portfolios in that. I just want to introduce our team. So over here on the left, we have Jess, Emergency Management Advisor, Tanya Maiden, who is our administrator. She's like camp mum and keeps the wheels on the bus and keeps them going around. Katie Sharp, community development and community resilience, which is an absolute critical part of emergency management. We believe that community development and the community as a whole is the absolute heartbeat of emergency management. If we don't have community on board, if we don't have social licence, we're stuffed, really. We cannot do it without our communities. Our model, I think, is probably one of the best in New Zealand. It was started Sue Jenkins years ago. Katie has taken that on. We're looking at, is it still fit for purpose? But that community resilience piece and the 200 and 40 odd volunteers that Katie looks after within our community. And then our other team, so all up, 340 odd community volunteers help us do what we need to do in Selwyn. And then we have Jason on the end, who does a lot of the mechanics, keeps our emergency operations centre going really, really well, fit for purpose, make sure when it goes bang, bump or floods, we can come in and we can get going straight away. We tend to go early and go big in Selwyn as opposed to waiting until everybody's running around with their hair on fire. It is something we've done for a while now. We did it just recently with the red wind warning, and I think it gives our communities a sense of trust and confidence in us. Actually, we've got this, we're here for you. So that's the team. Jessica is not here. She works part-time and she is welfare and recovery. So this is a 101. So I apologise if I am teaching you to suck eggs for some of this, but I think it's important we go through this. So the stats say that we are affected by emergencies a lot in New Zealand. It is something that is not going to go away. They are going to become more severe and more common, and we're seeing that year after year after year. Those little dots are the days, or those little squares are the days that we're in a state of emergency. Canterbury is busy. You can see we have had far more states of emergency than anybody else in New Zealand, which is why we need to be on our game every day. And part of the reason why you people are critical to emergency management before, especially building resilience within our communities, in our infrastructure, absolutely critical. When you're making decisions, you think about what does that look like today, but what does that look like for the future? Resilience is something we need to build every single day. So I look to you for your guidance, but also your expertise when you're making decisions about infrastructure, etc., to make sure that we are looking to the future and we are less vulnerable. We've had our fair share. That's the Darfield earthquake, Christchurch earthquakes. That is the Selwyn River, the right-hand bank that let go a few years ago. Catastrophic failure, went through houses. No, that one didn't go through houses. It was opposite the Upper Selwyn huts. Killed a whole lot of sheep and stock. But that shows you that we do have fragility and vulnerability in our stock banks. It's an issue. That is someone's house that's had plus 300 mils or so water through it. And that's what our community faces when we have floods. And that's what we try and mitigate by front-footing stuff. And that goes forward on a bad day. Selwyn River can flood, and it can flood quite quickly. So what does it show? It shows that weather and flooding are our key vulnerabilities. And states of emergency for Selwyn, 2017's not there, but there was the first Port Hills fire. And most of those are flooding. A hazard is something that you're all well aware of, hazards and risks. But when things go bad, it turns into an emergency. The key thing for us is when it's an emergency, our job is to help coordinate. We may not be the lead agency. The Port Hills fires, for example, FENS was a lead agency. They were putting the wet stuff on the hot stuff. Our job was to ensure that they could do what they needed to do well. So we work with police and other agencies to ensure that the community understands what is happening, where they can go and get help, while FENS are doing their incredible work trying to put out the fire. So that's where we fit in that when it goes to an emergency, we fit in the coordination effort. We may not be the lead agency, even if it's a state of emergency, but we do coordinate. Definition of emergency, I'm not going to go through all those lines, but it's when it gets bigger than Ben-Hur in reality, but we will front foot. In the past, we've waited for an emergency to happen, and then we've declared a state of emergency. You will have seen recently for the red warning that we declared, well, the minister declared a state of emergency before, so that people had a heightened sense that this could turn into something bad. Get ready. So we are finding that we are doing that more and more often. We're not getting kickback from our people. They seem to understand that they would rather we went early than late. So the community seems to understand that. Warnings-wise, are we over-warning? I asked Met Service that the other day, and they are looking at that. Do we need 8,000 plus warnings a year in New Zealand? So we're aware of that, and so we don't tend to perpetuate that through our social media. When it starts to get bigger, we will start to push stuff out from lead agencies, from Met Service, from FENS, but we will use their media. Our responsibilities, we sit in Civil Defence Emergency Management Act, but the Local Government Act, and that is the systems improvement is coming. Emergency management is said to be a core function within that, and we see it absolutely as a core function. We operate right across council. Our swim lane isn't just before an emergency or during an emergency or just after. We talk to right across council about what are you doing with the infrastructure? Are you building resilience in? What's our planning functions doing in regards to building resilience? Are we still building in areas where we shouldn't be building? Or are you going to do that and then you ring me at 2 o'clock in the morning and say, Al, it's now yours. Can you sort that for us? So what we want to do is work right across council and say, what does this look like in the future? What can we do to protect our communities in the future? Biosecurity Act is there. We do have things to do under that, local territorial authorities, so pest management plans, etc. We have a role within that. Purpose of the Act, I'm not going to read that for you, but the duties of council as part of the Canterbury Group and as a council are many and varied, and you can read those. But one of the key things in Section 64 is the ability of council to keep on going when an emergency is declared. So our business continuity plan is so critical so that we can, 1, deal with the emergency, 2, keep council going as best we can whilst that is happening. So there are 2 parts to it. Community's at the heart of it, like I said earlier. We are part of the Canterbury CDM group, so that is the whole of Canterbury, 9 councils plus ECAN. So in a way, we are localised, but we are regionalised. So we work right across Canterbury, we help other councils, we have a role working with other councils every day of the week, really. Part of training, getting training that is coordinated, that is good for all councils and is consistent across all councils. And that's a key thing that we do. That's the Canterbury CDM group. It is one of the largest groups in New Zealand, 9 councils plus ECAN. For us, you'll be aware of this reduction, and I talked about reduction and resilience earlier. Readiness, a lot of that is making sure that we have redundancy within our operating model. So we work on a PACE model, what is primary, what is alternate, what is contingency, and what is emergency. They're the 4 things we look at. So if we look at comms, what's our primary? And that might be our cell phones. Alternate might be working off satellite. And we have satellite phones, we have Starlink, we also have what they call a BGAN, which works on another constellation of satellites. So in comms, we have a number of redundancies, including VHF radio. Response, it is what it is. Our ability to respond to our communities. One of the key things that we see is that when a large-scale event happen, communities are going to be our first responders. You know that, your Christchurch earthquakes, who helped you out? Your neighbours. They were the key first responders. Police, fire and ambulance do not have the resources to deal with large-scale events when they happen. Our communities are our first responders, and it's part of Katie's job is to ensure that they are trained and they are coordinated and they are enabled to get in and get stuck in and do that work. And I think our model is really, really good. We are looking at, as we become a metro area, because Rolleston isn't the same as Sheffield or Springfield, what does that look like when you have a model which is localised? So Katie's looking at that. How can we do this better? What is the best model for the likes of Rolleston? And recovery, sometimes that has a very, very long tail. You see the Christchurch earthquake, some people are still recovering from that. I know Port Hills fire, it was at least a year that we were working on that. Springfield floods, 2021 floods that affected us, some people over a year to try and get back to some normalcy. Reduction, the key thing I want to highlight there, and it's in bold, is $1 spent on reduction saves $4 to $13. And you have the ability to look at the stuff that comes before you and go, is it a good spend for the future? Are we investing in reduction? Response is what we do. Immediate actions. Declaring a state of emergency. Like I said earlier, we are going big and we're going early, and I think that is the right thing to do. The Minister has often said that is the right thing to do and has supported us in that, and I stand by that. I don't think we want to be running around with our hair on fire wishing we had set up the Emergency Operations Centre a day earlier or let our communities know what they might be in for. Who can declare? Section 25 of the CDM Act, it is the Mayor or another appointed or delegated person can declare a local state of emergency. A regional state of emergency is the chair of the joint committee, whoever that might be, a mayor or someone from the regional council, a councillor. Or if we can't get those, it goes down through, but it is an elected member. As a controller, I can suggest to the mayor or whoever is going to declare a state of emergency or make that decision, but ultimately it is their decision, because democracy shifts. No longer is the mayor in charge, so to speak, but the controller coordinates and makes those decisions. So it's a big step to declare a state of emergency. But the mayor, as you will have seen in our latest event, stands in the gap and is the public face and is that trusted person in the media who says this is what's happening, this is what we're doing, this is what we need you to do. And I think that worked really, really well. I think Lydia did a really, really good job in that last event. And I think people found that they had the right information at the right time. And that's absolutely critical. And that's where you, in your communities, sharing that information is critical. One voice of truth. Be first, be right, be credible, what we work on in comms. We need to no voids, no time wasting, get out there, get out front, this is what is happening, this is what we're doing, this is what we want you to do. So sharing that information in your communities and bringing it back to us is really important. You are the spokespeople, but you also hear what is happening in your communities, and that's critical for us to know. Sometimes in the Emergency Operations Centre, we're really, really busy, but we actually need to know what's happening in our communities. That's part of Katie's community response team's job. They are trusted people bringing things in via their liaison officers in our Emergency Operations Centre, but you also have the ear of the community, so we need you to bring that in.
Thank you, Al. John just has a question there.
Yeah, thanks, Al. Interesting presentation. Just looking at the 4Rs and the communication and the point that Glen Tunnel is different to Rolleston, was at a residents' association's meeting recently, and their concern was that the last event, the cell tower, which was a 111 emergency cell tower, the battery expired and there was a period of time when it was not in use. No need to go into great detail, but is that an emergency management response council, or is it for the cell tower provider?
Bit of both. I think I'm well and truly on record at saying that I think the telecommunications industry needs to look closely at themselves and work very closely with us and give us a heads up about the interdependencies between electricity and cell towers. So if we have early warning that these batteries are going down and there's no redundancy, so maybe there's not a generator plug or they need a generator plug, they need to talk to us early. It is a critical point of vulnerability, I think. We rely on our ability to put early comms out, like I said earlier, but also we use emergency mobile alerts. So you've got the 111 system, people ringing in, but also our ability to push out a message to people to say, this is happening, these are the things you need to do. So there's those two things that really, really do concern me. I raised it recently at a regional level, and I've also raised it with the minister. The minister understands that. He's not very happy about it. The industry wants to work with us. It's a matter of getting us together. There's work to be done, John. I hear what you're saying. Absolutely, there's work to be done.
Thank you.
And then Elizabeth.
Hi, thanks, Al. What is the best preferred comms between the councillors and the controllers during an emergency? But also, how would you like the community to engage with you guys during an emergency?
So really up to Lydia how you want to do that, whether you bring it to Lydia or somebody in the governance area, or you bring it to the Emergency Operations Centre. Probably the best thing is to bring it via Lydia, but we can have a conversation about that. If we have a whole lot of stuff coming in, we end up having to prioritise that stuff, but we need the information. We turn that into intelligence so that we prioritise what jobs need to be done. So we have that conversation locally. So the community response teams, and you'll see a slide coming up, we have 30 of those, I think, Katie, 30 of those spread right across Selwyn. They have access via a closed Facebook page, and that comes into liaison officers within the EOC, and they bring that information to the intelligence function, and then we work with that information. They're trusted. They send in little video clips. This is what the river looks like. This is what this bridge looks like. Really, really good stuff. Really good stuff. With the general public, our Facebook page is a conversation. It's not just putting stuff out there. And I know our public information people in the EOC are looking at that stuff. So that's our comms people are sitting in there looking at that stuff and are responding to people's comments.
Do we have a 0800 number or something that people can ring into the emergency response team?
So they would use our normal 0800 Selwyn, and our customer services team are really, really good at triaging what needs to come in.
Okay, thank you.
I think on the comms thing, and for you guys, maybe it's peace of mind for you around the table, is that the last state of emergency we had, Al and I are talking on a very regular basis, and that is where you sleep with the phone next to the bed and it rings at midnight and you pick it up. And so,
she sees my number pop up and she goes, bugger.
Yeah. And so, yeah, we talk all the time, and then I constantly try and feed that information to you because you are in your community talking with people and seeing what's going on. But that community response team, they are the gold. in our situation. And I always found that it's really good to know who your leaders in the community response team are locally, so that you can connect in with them as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, Denise.
Oh, yeah, sorry, just a quick question with comms. Do you just rely on cell phones, or do you use radios as well?
Radios, as in VHF radios,
Like the police network radios, or?
to push stuff out. So we have police. We have probably, I think, one of the best relationships with police, fire, and ambulance in New Zealand. We meet with them online every Monday morning at 8:30. And we do a weekly briefing. I don't know anywhere else in New Zealand that does that. Started before my time, but it means we're all on the same page. When something starts to happen, they are ringing in. When we start to get our EOC going, they are here, and we are all singing off the same song sheet. They all bring different parts to the puzzle. So we will ask police, for example, Fens are, say West Melton, remember the fire last year? I rang police district command centre and said, can you tell your police officers that are going door to door to send people to this location, so the Kuwi Community Centre, which means that information is going straight to those people. Instead of them getting, you need to evacuate now, or where do I go? Oh, I'm not sure. We get that you can go to this location. Friends and family first, but you can go to this location. So we do use police like that. But our main means of comms to the community is via Facebook, we can use the radio system, Radio New Zealand, etc. We are looking at, do we do Instagram? And I have to lean on my professionals in the comms team on what is the best way to get the best penetration into our community. We also have Selwyn Gets Ready, which if you're not signed up for that, I believe you should be signed up for it, because you will get those warnings. We can go down to a street, a house. It's an incredible piece of kit where we can send a warning out via text or email anywhere in Selwyn, right down to a house. Yeah, if they're subscribed. So they have to subscribe. That is the key thing. So we've pushed that message out a lot for people, and it really, really does work. What are we up to? 14,500 people in Selwyn are signed up to that. I think it's brilliant. Really, really good.
Yeah, it's a great system. I was just asking more because on behalf of the community patrols, we've been advised to update our radio systems because the police now have a new system that will cover all the rural areas where we get blank spots. So I was just wondering if the council was on board with getting up to date with that system, because if cell phones aren't working, then obviously that would be a system that would be working.
So there are conversations happening at a national level. Police, fire and ambulance are on that. They're looking to bring emergency management in there at some stage. So that's the public service network, radio network. Eventually we may. I've put off spending money on new VHF radios to wait to find out what radio would be best to spend our money on, as opposed to buy some and then a year later we have to go and buy a whole lot more, and they're probably well over $1,000 each.
Oh yeah, I know.
So yeah, I'm watching that and hoping that we can get on that system, because the intelligence that we get from Fens and police particularly about where the hotspots are helps us to put resources in the right place.
Yeah. Okay.
So definitely looking at that as a solution.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just as an issue with the push messages going out, as you're aware that cell phone coverage is patchy, if somebody happens to be in a blind spot in the more rural aspects, does the system still able to push out a message to the street?
No, not if that cell tower is down. I would suggest that Starlink or some other mechanism which doesn't rely on cell towers is actually a really good piece of kit if you're living rurally. I'm not going to read all these things. You've got them in your packs, but there's some of the key things that we've actually just discussed. Trust and confidence, and the maintenance of trust and confidence and social licence is absolutely critical to emergency management. That gives you a rough idea of who we have to talk to during an emergency. We would prefer to have those relationships beforehand, and we work really, really hard daily, weekly and monthly to try and maintain those relationships. Because it's much better, as you know, if you know somebody, to be able to ring them or their organisation and you're already on the same page. So that is a big part of what we do, is that relationship building and relationship maintaining. Recovery, I've talked a bit about that, can be long and complicated. You are critical in that when things are going wrong in communities, and we've got past the initial response, maintaining that trust and confidence when people are starting to get down about their insurance has just gone up, their excess has gone to $25,000 for flooding, and that's happening in our communities. People are struggling with insurance. Banks foreclose if you don't have insurance, and we've seen that in recovery, and we've seen a signal from the government that they want to work differently with insurance companies. So things are changing, but you have a big, big part to play in recovery. It's a very, very hard journey for some people. Some things that you can do, I've talked about that. Some useful resources, I've put them in there. Like Tim said, you have a whole lot of collateral that is sitting on your system for you to look at. And these are some of the things. That's the expectation. Black Hawk helicopters, or whatever they are, come flying in and help everybody. The reality is, when it goes bang or bump, most of the time people are on their own. No one's coming. And emergency management is a whole of society thing. And that's what that slide shows. We're in this together. Everybody has a part to play. Some people have that triangle up the other way. We like to think that community's at the top, and that's the way we operate in Selwyn. I talked a little bit about redundancy. So we are fortunate to have a number of portable generators. Most of our pump stations, from what I understand, have generators in there. So we're actually in a really, really good position. Those people that have previously looked at resilience within our infrastructure network have done a good job, I think. And comms, I talked about Starlink, and I talked about sat phones. And that's our repeater on the top right. So we share that with police on Benmore. That gives us VHF radio comms through most of Selwyn. That's a rough idea, coordinated incident management system. That's how we operate in our emergency operations centre. Controller doing the coordination, the command and control at the top there, and all the functions. We have controllers who are on contract. So often they are tier 2 managers in councils, and people that don't actually want to be controllers, but because of their position, they get the job. Selwyn has led the way in saying, actually, we need people who are qualified, capable and competent, and the community has those people within it. So let's get them in, and then those tier 2 managers can sort out the business of the council. They can concentrate on that. Not saying they're not capable, but actually they've got a big enough job to do. So we bring in people to help. That is a booklet which Jason sorted out. That has gone to every household in Selwyn last year before.
Started this year, 24,000
Yeah, 24,000 letterboxes. That is a really, really good piece of kit. Bit of collateral that gives people a heads up of what they need to do. That's the type of thing that we try and do. You can't just rely on social media to put messages out. Sometimes you have to put it in someone's letterbox. We have a 24/7 duty officer regime, 3-watch duty team, controller, emergency manager advisor, one of these lovely people over here, and public information are on call 24/7 so that we can be first, be right and be credible. The number is not widely known apart from our key stakeholders. They can get hold of us. Op Centre, that's next door, but we are starting to use the council chambers more and more. We are finding that next door is too small. And so after Sharon gave us a bit of a kick and said, why aren't you using council chambers? We decided we would. And it made a big difference last time, a real big difference. Just in our recent exercise that we ran, it was much bigger, much easier, and it was the right thing to do. Thanks, Sharon.
The kick was figuratively.
I
don't kick people.
Yeah. Our volunteer teams, so community response teams, we've talked about those. There's 30 across Selwyn, different teams. They are the heart and soul of emergency management, of what we do here. Our emergency support team, so that's a welfare type team. They can be deployed anywhere in Selwyn. They have been deployed recently up to Nelson Tasman to help out with them. There's 30 odd people in that team. They train every second Monday. And the Selwyn response team, NZRT 21, nationally accredited team, light rescue, 30 odd of those, and they've been deployed nationally at times. North Island severe weather, West Coast, Nelson Tasman, etc., etc. A really, really good asset. Great people, train every Wednesday night, which is a big, big commitment. Selwyn Gets Ready, I talked about that. That's a platform we use, neighbourhood support database, so it sits between council and neighbourhood support. We can use it for alerting, and we manage community response team members' training qualifications through that. And like I said, Katie runs that. And that's the area that's covered, which I think is outstanding. Here's some of our risk profile. That is our tsunami risk out on the lake. Whoops. So it's not a large population, mainly farming, but we do have a plan, a really good plan that Jason pulled together to respond to tsunami risk in Selwyn. All those people within that area have had a letter to say you're in this zone, so they know. Alpine fault, I didn't think I could not mention the Alpine fault to you. So 75% probability in the next 50 years and a 4 out of 5 chance that it's going to be an 8+. So that, depending on the time of day and time of year, that could be a bad day at the office. That's what could cause it. The Alpine fault runs through the middle of the South Island, part of the Ring of Fire. And I wanted to play... So this just shows you Alpine fault is 500 times more powerful than the Christchurch earthquake, which is pretty huge. And a large part of Selwyn could be affected by that, particularly our high country. So this is the sound going, Therese?
So the image that you're seeing here as we press play is the fault rupture starting down at the southern portion of the Alpine fault. Now this is something to keep in mind, is that we don't know where that fault rupture might begin. It could be at the southern portion, could be at the northern portion, or it could start somewhere in the middle and radiate that way. But in this particular scenario, it's starting at the southern portion. And the reason we've chosen this scenario is it probably means slightly more shaking for Canterbury. So it's good to sort of think about what those potential sort of higher end hazard could be. So, but what we're seeing here is as the fault rupture progresses, so it's moving along, that rupture is occurring along that 400 kilometres of the fault line. you're seeing the waves starting to radiate out as that energy is being released and the seismic waves are moving away. Now the problem is that the rupture speed is about the same as the speed that the earthquake waves radiate out away from that rupture source. So the great thing that this video is showing is seeing how that propagates through space and time. So as that video progresses, we're starting to see the waves moving through the hard bedrock of the Southern Alps, so nice hard material. Those waves are moving through quite quickly. But then as it starts to enter into the Canterbury area, especially down in the Canterbury Plains, we've got that nice, soft, unconsolidated sediment, that stuff that's been deposited by rivers and glaciers over relatively recent geological time. So they're quite unconsolidated. So what that's doing is it's actually amplifying the waves as they move through it. And you're seeing as the seismic energy enters into Canterbury, it's sloshing around in that basin. It's reflecting off different hard rock structures. And especially where we have really unconsolidated soils, it's continuing to propagate in those basins. So it actually means for this type of model gives us a very, very good view of what the potential shaking intensities that we might see in different locations throughout the South Island as it progresses. Now, if we continue that video and we see the energy continuing to move forward, or move northward, I should say, through Marlborough, Nelson, Northern Canterbury and so on, you're seeing that big wave front of energy that's all stacked up, moving forward, and so quite a lot of seismic shaking likely to occur in the north, and then also delivering into Wellington. So very similar to what we saw with the Kaikoura earthquake, where the rupture was quite directed towards the north, and Wellington received quite a large shake as a result. So that Kaikoura earthquake in 2016 is quite a good analogy for some of the impacts that we might see from an event like this.
So you see top right there, 3 minutes 50. That's the time frame of how long that could take. So it's quite sobering, but we do have a plan. So we have a first 24 hours plan, hopefully to give you some confidence that we are prepared for this as much as you can be. So the key thing is that the high country would be affected more than the plains. And if it happens in July, so July, August, 10 o'clock in the morning, we have 6 ski fields. They could be full. We have a train going through the high country with 470 odd people on it. A whole lot of people in huts, 51 huts, I think, in and around our high country. So that could be a really bad day at the office. Cave Stream, we might have some people in there. So that could be a really, really big day. And so we will concentrate on the high country. The figures that I've been told is it could take, if we could fly a helicopter every single day, it would take more than a week to evacuate people out of the high country. Part of our contingency is to push through the Linden Road, if it's safe to do so. Castle Hill would be a key forward operating base, and we would put people up there to deal with the consequences, multi-agency teams to go up there and run the high country. So that's what we aim to do. Establish the EOC, welfare centres staffing, intelligence gathering. So we've looked at not just rotary wing, but we're working with Canterbury Aero Club looking at fixed wing, doing reconnaissance up there. Might be hard to get helicopters, so we've thought about using fixed wing, and Jason's recently done a exercise sending it up there and seeing how it would work, and it works pretty well. Circulate public information, so you're critical in that. Be first, be right, be credible. Liaison with emergency services and Lifeline. Lifelines are going to be, and we talked about comms is going to be absolutely critical. That's why we have a number of Starlinks, sat phones, VHF radios that can operate without those cell towers. State 73, key route, and evacuating people. And our message to people, no one's coming. So we've done a lot of public meetings, and that's what we finish on, is actually no one is coming, you're on your own, get to know your neighbours, have some stuff in the freezer if you can, think about your barbecue as your cooking sauce, but look after each other. And I am very confident our community will do that, very confident. That's where we say emergency management's all of us, not just us in council. We are the facilitators and the enablers, but it's communities at the heart of it. Sharon asked me to make sure that you're aware of this. You probably are. There's documents, cabinet papers, and the collateral that I've given you. The government is looking to change emergency management after all the reviews, North Island severe weather event reviews, the TAG review that came out of the Port Hills fires, and they're looking at system improvements. That will come out before Christmas, and we will look to see what the government proposes and look at making submissions on that. So it could be a busy Christmas day. What does that mean for us? We'll look at those documents. We're already looking at what might be in there and what we might do. Some of the costs associated with that, indicative costs from Treasury is $83 million over 4 years out of local government. They've signalled out of local government. So I've put a budget line in of $300,000 per year over 4 years, just as a hold, just so we know what we might be in for. I think already we spend well, and you would have seen what our budget is when Tim and the team showed you the figures on the infrastructure and property budgets. But I think we spend well in Selwyn. Could always spend more, but I think we're wise with what we spend. And I've put those resources in there. They're all the resources. Any further questions?
First up, you've got Elizabeth.
I was so busy doing my Selwyn Gets Ready that I forgot my question now. The question was, you had the video of AF8.
Yep.
Do we have, because we've seen what that looks like, but do we have the Christchurch earthquake modelled to overlap so we can see what that looks like in exactly the same way?
No, we don't. We rely heavily on our research people to do that stuff. I think that's brilliant. That simulation, we have done a lot of public meetings across Selwyn and across the whole South Island, public meetings on this is what it might look like, and it helps to visualise it. The West Coast is likely to be well and truly cut off. Queenstown's going to be well and truly cut off. We'll concentrate on our community first and getting tourists out quickly. We found during the pandemic doing that stuff makes it much, much easier for us to deal with the stuff in front of us. So they're the key things. But I think our community is well aware of the risk that it poses, and that earthquake just recently gave us a wake-up call. Heard that one coming, hadn't heard for a while, and we still played the guessing game. What do you think that was? 4.2? 3.6? Remember those days?
Race.
Something a little bit random off all the drama. I see that you've got the Biosecurity Act in there.
Yep.
Then I looked at your table and there was no comms to them in there, maybe MPI best. But can you just give an example of where you're dealing with the Biosecurity Act?
So as a council, that's what we look at. So pest management plans, council has a role to play in that. There are 2 bits in there. I can't remember what the other one is, but those pest management plans are quite critical in our space as territorial authorities. So that's why I've put it in there. We've been involved with MPI, with M. bovis. So I went out of emergency management and worked for MPI on contract for 10 months to help them with that stuff. We bring our controller hats with us to help them do the coordination stuff. We've got bird flu. It's just sort of sitting there in parts of the world that could come to us. Right. So we are looking at what does that look like. Migrating birds will bring that to New Zealand. What does that look like for our egg manufacturers, our chicken meat manufacturers? So that sort of stuff is quite critical. And I know our biosecurity team and Jess have been working together on a plan for dealing with, we might have a large flock of birds that all die in some of our reserves. How do you deal with that? Oh, yeah. So that's sort of the biosecurity stuff.
Yeah, thank you.
Just noting we are over time already, but Sarah.
Oh, super quickly, thank you. One of those areas that you don't think about until you need it, so it's quite very reassuring. Two questions. Changing demographic, I guess, in our district, ensuring that comms, etc., go out multilingual. Is there sort of the technology that you guys have got to make sure that all of our communities understand the Get Ready message, I guess?
Yeah, so as part of Katie's job, is which I've said to her recently, we need to know those key people, you know, the faith-based communities, the ethnic-based communities. Who are those key leaders who we can get in touch with, who will then spread the message? So that's part of her job. So we are working hard on that at the moment with the change in our demographics. Well aware that the demographics are changing quite rapidly in Selwyn, particularly Rolleston. So are we there yet? I don't think we are. But I think we're getting there, and working with our good comms people, they are already doing some of that stuff. So we try not to work in silos, so we are working together on that.
Awesome, thank you.
But good question.
Other quick question, just use of technology. Are you sort of resourced with the likes of drones, etc., to be able to assess situations more quickly or more effectively at the moment? Is that sort of part of your upskilling?
So 2 years ago, I think it was, we invested in 3 drones. So a big one that can be used for inspections, mapping. In fact, Jess is up next week mapping the Bridge Hill fire with our GIS team, so that we are working with that recovery, looking at what the biodiversity looks like now, 12 months after, and what they can do. So working with Flock Hill Station and some of those people up there who are really interested in planting the right stuff at the right time and working with Doc. So drones are a big part of that. So 3 of them. We also use it in public information stuff. So our comms team use it, but they will do mapping. We can live stream. We're working on live stream back into the EOC. Police asked that question yesterday. What assets do you have? So we are getting there. Jess is our chief pilot, so she has that cool job. But I think we need to embrace technology, and I think we are. We've just got a Starlink Mini, which I think will eventually replace sat phones, which are reasonably expensive.
Good work, team.
I think as a council, we have tried to do that, and we've been enabled. We've got a great IT firm section that push us. Like our phones, looking at One New Zealand and turn them into basically a sat phone so you can send data through them. A sat phone can't send data, the old ones, but via Starlink, our phones could be turned into an upgraded sat phone, which is pretty cool.
Thanks, Al.
Anyway, well over time.
2 seconds. Al, just quickly, would it be possible for us to meet the 30 teams so that we're meeting the people that are the coordinators in our area? That's something I think that would be really worthwhile given your talk today.
Yeah, I don't see why not. We do 2 trainings a year, so we can't get everybody into the room at the same time. We normally use Dunsandel, but we could get you along to those. What are the dates?
I can be in touch with some dates.
Yep. So, yeah, more than happy to have you involved.
Cool. Thanks, team. I think it's pretty clear to say that we really value the work that you do for our community and our district, but actually you guys do a lot of work outside of Selwyn as well, with other communities, and I think that's really important to acknowledge that as well, that we have a 5-star team that gets deployed elsewhere around the country to assist communities. So, you know, I think that's something to be really proud of the work that you do, and I know that I'm really grateful for what you do for our communities and also our community response team as well. So our volunteers on the ground, like those people are the gold. They are great, and I think that our system works really well of going, actually it is volunteer first. They know their place, they know their people, and they know what's going on for them. So thank you for the great update, team.
My response to that is we cannot do it without the governance and the management of Selwyn District Council enabling us to do it. That's what makes the difference. We can only do what you allow us to do. So, and you've allowed us to do that over the years, and we really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. We have caught up next, so we're a little bit over time. Is 10 minutes okay to grab a coffee and whatever you need to do? Thank you. Thank you, Murray Harrington, the Chair of CORD, and to Matthew Havel, for the Chief Executive of CORD, for coming along to do a deep dive presentation this morning. So I think everyone's been really excited to have you along. I've appreciated the comms that we've had since I've been elected as well. It's been really great. But yeah, I'll hand over to you guys. I know you've got some of your team here, so I'll leave it to you to introduce them.
We have. Can you hear me? You can. All right, well, firstly, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk to Council this morning. Obviously, we had a conversation, Matt and I, a few weeks ago, but we've brought the team today, and over the next hour and a half or so, with questions at the end, we just want to tell you a bit more about what we do and who does it, and we thought it would be better if the team does that, so hopefully that will be incredibly enlightening, and we're looking forward to it, so thank you. I am just going to run through what we're going to do very briefly and then hand over to Matt, and then the team will get into their particular parts of the business. So that's our agenda. I'm going to talk a wee bit about CORD at a high level and our legal structure and our board, and then you'll hear from the people, you'll hear from Matt, and then the people who run our business in those particular areas. It's probably really obvious and doesn't need to be repeated that we had a 30th birthday last year, so we're in our 31st year. CORD was formerly called Cycon, and it had numerous lives prior to that. The name CORD came from the blending together of a number of different parts, or parts of a rope actually was where the name comes from, and over time that has got stronger, and the name CORD, as you will know if you live in the district, and you do, came about 2 or 3 years ago. It's been wonderfully successful in terms of brand recognition, and that's gone alongside the commercial success, which is probably unparalleled in New Zealand at the moment, we think, in terms of a horizontal infrastructure business doing the things that we do. High level, we're all driven by a shared vision. That shared vision, as we'll talk about a wee bit in a minute, is developed with yourselves. We've got end-to-end capabilities across all sorts of horizontal infrastructure in detail, where we'll talk to civil construction and maintenance across water, roading and parks and reserves during the course of this presentation. High level, we are a CCTO. You will have heard the terminology CCO and CCTO, I'm sure. The T is really underlining the trading piece, which is the commercial piece of CORD. Essentially, we are, excuse me, some water, try and get, apologies for my voice. The core thing of the directors is we are charged, excuse me, I need some water. I thought I was going to sound overly masculine, but I'm not even succeeding in speaking at all. We have directors' obligations under the Companies Act, and that is our primary responsibility as directors of CORD, and there's a number of other obligations obviously flow from there. In detail, and this is on your website, our objective, and I won't read it because of my voice, but just take a few moments just to read through what that is, and the first line is very important. So hopefully that's clear, profitable, sustainable in terms of what we do, but also delivering shareholder value and dividends. I don't know if I can continue, mate. Our board, and we've discussed this with you before, is a very commercial and experienced board. You can go to our website and you can look at who we are, but a lot of infrastructure experience there. Former CEOs and a lot of governance experience in infrastructure up and down the country. This is my last slide, so I will try and get through it reasonably quickly because of my voice. Our strategic direction over the last 18 months or 2 years has been really to grow the company. We have gone from 50 million to 150 million in 5 years in terms of revenue, profit before tax from 2 to 20. It won't always be that successful because we're in a commercial world, but what that means is we've had to lift the company in all sorts of ways in terms of process, governance structures and strategy to get to that level. We've got 200 staff gone to 400, and there's a whole lot of governance activity and frameworks that need to be put in place to support a company which is going so much harder, so much faster and so much more diverse from a services but also a geographical perspective when we're at that size. I'm going to stop there because this is painful for everybody and hand over to Matt. So apologies for my voice, but hopefully you can see from the slides what we've been.
We'll let you recover, Murray. There's nothing more awkward when you need a good cough. I think I'm just thinking about question-wise, and because, Matt, do you want to run through the structure of how you've got this, just so that I can try and manage questions in time? So are you doing some departmental stuff, or?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. I wonder, there's probably a couple of options, councillors, is that we can break it down per department and take some questions from there, but noting that I know you have a lot of information to give us, and a lot of the things that you may actually present may answer everyone's questions along the way. But Aaron?
Just a high-level question, talking about your revenue. Just wondered what proportion of your revenue comes from Selwyn District Council?
Yeah, to answer that, I guess that's commercially sensitive and would like to take that to a publicly excluded meeting to provide that information to councillors at a later date, if that's okay.
Yep, understand that, of course.
But yeah, there will be a lot in this presentation, I think, and I fed back all the questions that we had through our high level to the team, so I look forward to them delivering that to us.
Great, thanks Lydia. Good morning everyone. I just want to begin by acknowledging the exceptional work of our people, their dedication, loyalty and belief in what we're building together. It has been fundamental to every milestone that we've achieved. Cord is a profitable business with a strong balance sheet, $19 million of assets, no debt, and we produce a strong return on equity each year. We're a significant contributor to Selwyn's local economy. We spend $7 million annually with subcontractors, over $11 million with suppliers, and $13 million on wage and salary for local staff. Cord is committed to transparency, continuous improvement and partnership with SDC. Today we're going to build on October's induction presentation to help councillors understand Cord in more detail. You'll hear more about our people, our management systems, gain a clear understanding of water services, parks, construction, and we will lightly cover roading, and I'll briefly touch on the Arnold Jensen acquisition. So let's start by introducing Cord, Cord's SLT. As you can see, we currently operate a very flat organisation structure, and I've brought 5 members of our senior leadership team along today, and 4 of them will be presenting alongside myself. What you'll hear today is that Cord operates as an integrated business, one that leverages our collective experience, expertise and knowledge across all parts of the organisation. We will not be presenting financial information today, as just mentioned, because it's financially sensitive. Instead, we intend to share this at a publicly excluded meeting alongside a broader update on how Cord is innovating and embracing new technologies. Like SDC, Cord has experienced significant growth over recent years. This progress has been possible because of the support of our shareholder, our board of directors, our clients, our contracting partners, suppliers, and most importantly, our people. Last month, I spoke about the challenges we are facing, many of which are a direct result of our growth. In response, the board and management are focused on business maturity, strengthening our health and safety performance, and building long-term operational resilience. As we look ahead, It's clear that future growth cannot be achieved simply by continuing to scale our operations in the same way. To grow sustainably, we must now concentrate on modernising our information systems, improving how we manage and use data to enhance productivity, decision making, and importantly, service delivery. At the same time, we must continue to do what we already do so very, very well, and that's invest in our people, support their development, and ensure they have the capability and confidence to embrace new ways of working. In 2026, we will undertake a strategy refresh and identify the key initiatives that will improve the business, that will move the business forward and strengthen the alignment between our people and the work they undertake. And lastly, I just wanted to touch on the recent Arnold Jensen acquisition, and I trust councillors received a briefing paper on this. We're excited about this purchase. We've been looking to broaden our service offerings for some time now to provide more value to our clients and grow into adjacent areas. Our water services and construction teams are regularly purchasing electrical services, and there's a real natural fit between what we do and what AJ Electrical specialise in. This investment gives us both opportunities for AJ Electrical. It opens up the door to larger projects and new clients. And for Cord, well, it strengthens our technical capability and offering to new clients. I'd like to just stop there and hand over to Richard Copeland, our Head of People and Culture.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you about Cord today. Cord staff feel a real connection with what they do. They can see their achievement each day. A park mown, a road graded, pipe laid, water provided, facilities cleaned, and they can see people using or benefiting from their work too. For some of us here, the timeframes around achievement can be a lot longer. It's a bit more about the milestones achieved. Regardless, Cord staff are proud to be a part of the company and its contribution to supporting the growth of Selwyn. This, of course, comes not only from the work that we do here, but also from our teams in the Mackenzie, Timaru, the Huranui and the Waimak. Thank you for creating the entity that I'm proud to say that I'm a part of. It's exciting for Cord to have a relatively new council to work with and to reinforce our ongoing commitment to work with Sharon and the leadership team within SDC for the benefit of the ratepayers in Selwyn. I think we have moved. There we go. As Matthew said, my name's Richard and I'm Head of People and Culture, and also here today is Rachel Morris, who's behind me. Rachel, she's the new Head of HSEQ, Health, Safety, Environmental and Quality. But she's so new that it falls to me to provide the update on our combined team's work. The 8 tiles show the different areas that we want to focus on today. There's a lot more that we could talk about. As Matthew mentioned, perhaps that's the detail that we can cover off in subsequent meetings. I joined Cord in February of 2019, the same day that the new building on 85 Hoskins Road opened, and when Blakely then and Sycon came together into the new building. We were certainly not the one team that we are now. And since that time, obviously, we've grown quite substantially. Over 40% of our staff live in the Selwyn district, and we provide over 25 vocations actually. I just provided a range of those from arborists through to operators and drivers, accountants, electricians. Turnover in our team is on industry benchmark, and in terms of things like diversity, 23% of the staff are women, and we have 19 different ethnicities represented in the team. Health and safety is a very important part of the work that our team contributes to at Cord, and we've transitioned a long way since 2019. Key changes include the level of engagement between senior leaders and the board and the teams on the ground that they visit. the development of a dedicated health and safety strategy and plan, with a commitment to resourcing that, including the likes of the appointment of Rachel and health and safety business partners into our 2 largest divisions. Critical risk management has been a real focus in the senior leaders here, each being videoed to promote a critical risk and its associated controls as part of our campaign to promote these significant risks in our business. Subcontractor management is another key focus area of our team's work and our overall leadership team's engagement. Getting this right takes ongoing planning, effort, and reinforcement. In the competitive environment within which we need to work, we have to develop and operate contemporary and recognised management systems. Our management systems are based on the ISO standards for quality, health and safety and environment, and we've developed our own internal assurance program and continuous improvement ethos, the flagship of which is our collective impact initiative to crowdsource improvements from the team. Portfolio management has been introduced to take our appetite for change. We currently have about 80 odd initiatives, down to a short list of 20, which will then prioritise into 5 to 7 odd projects that we'll actually commit to as fully resourced initiatives. As part of our total assurance program, we're committed to using a range of third parties to challenge our systems' maturity and ensure our teams are working with the best current systems to provide service consistency and quality. Not only are we committed to developing great systems and processes so our teams can benefit from using them, but we're also committed to developing the team directly. Both are enabling of our strategy to grow our business for the betterment of SDC. We don't grow our people, we don't grow as a business. CORD provides a broad range of education interventions, from numeracy and literacy programs with funding from the Tertiary Education Commission, all the way through to MBA type qualifications. Compliance represents a significant portion of the work of the team, with some 260 odd training requirements that we need to deliver through a combination of internal assessors and third parties that we bring in to help. The current count is some 4,100 training records. I've put up here 3 in-house training programs that we thought would be useful to bring to your attention. A program called CORD Capable that we've developed in-house to deliver fundamental civil skills training. Our AI training program, we believe that the 23 users that we've put through this course have saved the equivalent of nearly 4,800 hours per annum in the way in which they've been able to utilise AI. And prevention, it's a manual handling techniques program. Manual handling represents something like 67% of any injury that we have at CORD, and this course is designed to try and improve outcomes in that regard. Thirdly, qualifications. So we have about 15% of the population, if you will, in tertiary education with NZQA or through the university. And final point I'd like to make, I'm very proud the team was recognised by the industry CCNZ Awards Canterbury Westland winner for learning and development this year. It's a pretty cool outcome. To help you to understand what the team think about CORD and working at CORD, and as a break from listening to me, hopefully we can get a video to run and give you some deets from the peeps. Let's see if we can play it.
Favourite thing about working here at CORD is the parks team. They are awesome. They go above and beyond every day.
I love the people here. I really like the variety of it.
CORD as a company is really invested in their people.
I like the different people I meet and the different crews that I work with.
I love surviving the day and then doing it again.
What's your favourite thing about CORD?
Home time.
Love it.
My favourite thing about working in CORD is probably the same as I've said the last few years, which is that you're not a number. You can make a difference.
There's a good culture around speaking up when there's a problem.
And I love the fact that we actually give a lot back to the communities that we operate in. We provide
secure environments for people, so that's a really positive thing.
Some of the new things that have been adopted by Cord, such as the collective impact, are showing that we're reinvesting in our people and back into the community.
From a maintenance perspective, consistency and the quiet achiever is actually the thing that's the big thing about it. It's not necessarily the big flashy, we've achieved this or we've done that or that's amazing. It's the fact that we've been quietly doing our job in the background that's been keeping the lifeblood of the district ticking away.
We had a community planting day, and I think that will have a long-lasting impact and hopefully something that we can continue to do in the future.
We had some teams clean up all the way along the Avon River. We had a team in the Lowburn 68 road relay.
And they won.
I put this on the collective impact. I got it. I love this.
Thank you. Just a little bit of insight into some of the people's thoughts about working here at Cord. Now advance. Here we go. Just take a wee minute to talk about pay and conditions. Cord is not a unionised workplace. There are no collectives. All employees are on individual employment agreements. We offer a very simple pay process. We use position descriptions and contribute to pay surveys to determine market rates for jobs. Annual performance appraisal is used to determine individual performance, and any increase in pay is based on market conditions, company's ability to pay, and of course merit. We have 4 holiday casuals working at the moment through the summer break, who are the only employees on the minimum wage. And we do not mandate a living wage in line with the STC position. Work vehicle use includes, for some people, home to work use, weekend use, and full private use. We keep working on what we do here. Resources are rare, and there's a lot of competition for the staff that we have. We need to be offering the right package to attract and retain the team that we need to grow and to grow well. Points of focus for our team, as has already been mentioned, growing our process maturity. This way we can continue to grow and meet market expectations by delivering consistently and to a known level of quality. Investing in leadership development is critical to us, as is the professional development of our senior people. Portfolio management has the potential to be a real game changer for Cord, not just in terms of benefits realisation from the best initiatives being implemented, and implemented well, but because of how we would all learn from the associated disciplines of portfolio, project and change management, and the opportunities for our people to participate in those initiatives as a member or a leader. We will continue to develop the Cord brand. We've done a significant amount of work around the promotion, but now we need to lean into helping people to understand what we do and how we do it. And finally, I just wanted to finish off by sharing a little bit about what we do for ourselves and others in the communities within which we work and play. Where you see sports teams here, these will be coached and or managed by members of our staff. Our staff really appreciate the small ways in which we can support them with their own interests. And this is an example of some of the community support initiatives that we've been involved in to help and support, often in small ways for us, but with huge reward for all of those involved. Thank you again for the opportunity to talk about Cord, our future for and with STC.
Thank you. I know I've got a couple of questions. Are you happy to take those?
Sure.
Cool. John.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And I must say that the branding of Cord has been fantastic, and the vehicles are easily identified. And I'm well aware of the difference between my role as governance and your role as operational, with the greatest respect. But one of the things that I focus on a daily basis is public perception. So I'm not really looking for answers. Maybe they could be provided in the offline session later. But it just seems to me that in the communities that I work with, seeing the well-branded and advertised Cord vehicles travelling around, and I know that private use is an operational decision and lawful and part of a salary packaging, but just wondering about the public perception that you're saying this is what we're achieving and it's fantastic, but the people see the Cord vehicles, and as you're well aware, Cord staff, and they do a great job, I'm not being critical of them, work in the public arena, and I don't think I need to say any more than that. So from my point of view, I'd just like to raise that those would be some of the things that I would like the shift in your presentation with respect to cover in the confidential session, please.
Very good.
Noted. Elizabeth.
Yeah, a little bit going on from what John's talking about is the public perception. So people see us very integrated with you guys, as though we're holding hands and walking down the park every day. And one of the things that comes back to us is about, you've talked about this great culture amongst the staff, but we're hearing a different perception where people are actually filming and watching and counting how many minutes your staff are taking for their morning tea breaks and how many breaks they might be taking. So what we're hearing back is vehicles are parked up on the side of the road, and there's 6 staff members sitting around on their phones, and that's fine for a morning tea break, but they're saying it's a consistent thing where they're sitting there for a few hours. They might do 5 minutes work and then get in the vehicle and leave, but they've actually spent an awful lot of time not doing that. I would love to know that we can go back to the community, or that you guys have got some way of public comms where maybe you're on the community pages with Facebook and you're actually identifying some of these things and rectifying them potentially, and saying to our communities, actually, we've got ways that we're dealing with that, and however you do that, it would be just really fantastic, because it's something that we're constantly hearing, and it fits in with what John's saying about the vehicles travelling. The comms for that would be fantastic, because all it is, it's about perception. If people know that that's part of a pay package, so they get paid less in salary and actual money, but they get to drive the vehicle on the weekends, and that's great. But we need our communities to be hearing it from you. But yeah, I just want to say fantastic with the assisting out in the community, and I would say that's a major part of your public comms to be selling that back to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Denise.
Oh, just quickly, I noticed on there that you don't mandate living wage in line with SDC position. And I think I asked Denise about that the other weekend. I think she said that they do have living wage. So I'm not sure about that, so don't quote me on that. And also, this probably touches on what Elizabeth was talking about. I noticed on there you've put work vehicle use. It does specify home to work, weekend, full private use. So I think that is some of what the public perception gets, what people get upset about. So yeah, it probably would be good to put that out as to why that is. I mean, it's a long time since I've had a company car, but back in the day, it was very much for work use only and not for private use.
Yeah, one of the things that we do is, as I mentioned in that pay and conditions section, is that we contribute to salary surveys, and as do our competitor organisations. And it's important that, and as you've alluded to, that we're offering salary packages that reflect what staff in the market that we're recruiting for expect from our peer organisations that we're recruiting from. But I take your point about how do we provide insight for others to understand what's going on. And I guess in part that's the purpose of this meeting today, is to help generate more of that information for others to be aware of. And some of the presentations that are going to come will give you an insight as to some of the distances travelled and that kind of information. Thank you for your observations.
John.
Yes, I can understand the benchmarking in the salaries, and also that it's a trading organisation. But I think the point that, from my point of view, would be that it's a public service. Economic times aren't the best, and Cord is seen as aligned with the council, and there is a difference in my day, which is a little bit dated now, because I've been retired for a few years, that there was a private sector and a public sector differential. And I think the issue, again, as I see it, is branding. If you've got fantastically branded vehicles and they've got private use, it then creates something. A lot of companies have more discreet branding. Yep. And I suppose the other one too would be advertising. It's good to see when a celebration is due, something's done well, but looking back previously at some of the advertising, did there need to be, and again it's a statement not a question, such prominence given to a elected political figure in some of the advertising over the last 6 months?
I think those are things that have happened in the past, and I'd like to think that we have a better relationship going forward in the things that we do as elected members. Look, and I'm sorry to butt in here a little bit, but part of me sees this and I see that the vehicles are part of a remuneration package that you negotiate with your staff, and sometimes to get the best staff possible you need to give a vehicle. You're in the civil game, and that can sometimes be the expectation of people. And I mean, I'm not trying to speak on your behalf, but I would think that you have e-road in those vehicles, and they are monitored, and you know exactly what those vehicles are doing and where they're going and how many kilometres they are travelling and to where. And that is something for you to manage with your people. I mean, we do hear it from our community at times, and you know, you could probably say that's great because our branding is working, because everybody sees it. And you know, when we talk about tough economic times, I think that also is for your staff as well. You know, they're also part of our community too, and if it takes providing them a vehicle to do their job, in the civil game especially, sometimes that is what it is, around commentary. But Sarah?
Yeah, absolutely. Community perception is a tricky one, and difficult being under the microscope, I'm sure. Just very quickly, I'm interested in understanding a little bit more around that sort of improvement culture. There was a slide there that said just culture, in inverted commas. What's that about?
Yeah, just culture, I guess it's a device to try and ensure that everybody understands what the rules of the game are. And in the health and safety sense, for example, it's about understanding where someone has a straight accident, you know, we all stub our toes, through to the other end of the spectrum of someone, which I don't think I've seen at Cord, but when someone deliberately chooses to do something malicious with respect to health and safety, which would endanger either themselves or others. Along that spectrum, if you put another layer on top of that, what is the organisation's response in those types of scenarios? So that it's nice and clear for people where Cord will and how Cord will respond in those different types of events along that spectrum.
Cool. Interesting. Thank you.
Cool. Samuel?
Awesome. Thank you. In Cord's current direction, do you see yourselves as a public entity or a private entity more?
I'm not sure that that's a question that I personally can answer.
Okay, cool.
I think that's in part about how we mature the relationship between all the entities in this room, elected members and people employed like myself.
Yeah. Cool. Well, I think actually, you know, you're a CCTO of Selwyn District Council, and we instruct you to be a commercial entity. Might be the answer to that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. Carry on, fellas.
All right. Vance.
Thank you, Richard. But I can fire up a bit. Yes. Good morning, councillors.
My name's Vance Perrin. I'm the General Manager for Water and Parks here at Court. And I assure you that moustache wasn't a permanent feature, never will be. I did it once and got filmed. Right, so I'm here today to give you a rundown on what we do and where we do it, and give a brief look at the districts and areas in which we work. Just as an overview here, this is our structure. We run about 200 staff working across water services and parks. This is a team of trained specialists that function in these general main areas, and they provide their specialist and deep knowledge in those individual disciplines. Should also call out that we operate being supported by a network of key subcontractors across all of our districts, and that includes our construction division as well. And yes, the maintenance wouldn't be what it is without that team supporting it. We operate in three main districts for water and parks, that being the Mackenzie, Timaru and Selwyn. The Huronui and Waimak areas up there, Brendan will speak to a bit later on with regards to roading maintenance. So in the Mackenzie, Timaru and Selwyn districts, we provide parks and reserves and open space maintenance. We do some minor construction activities, facilities maintenance, arboriculture, sports turf, and cemetery interments. The Mackenzie contract is a fairly new one for us. We won that earlier this year and have only just started it. It's been going very well. We've held the Timaru contract for over 20 years and have enjoyed a long working relationship with the Timaru District Council. We also, within the Selwyn District, provide the water maintenance services to this district. So I suppose just to speak more specifically about the physical things we perform in water and parks. I won't run through them all in detail, but we cover a wide gambit of maintenance activities, some of which I'll speak a little bit further on in detail as I move through. You'll see drinking water, water reticulation, wastewater treatment, water reticulation, stormwater. The stormwater ones actually split. We do the retention basins, proprietary traps, and the pipe work outside of the roading infrastructure. The roading maintenance contract deals with the roadside aspects of that. Water Races is an historical piece of infrastructure here in Selwyn. It conveys water from the upper reaches of the plains right down to the city, and it still pays a key piece of infrastructure to supply service through to farmers in and across the district. We've got some electrical maintenance capabilities, and as Matt alluded to earlier on, we've expanded that with the acquisition of Arnold Jensen, and we see that being key area of growth for us. I skipped past land drainage there. We've been recently supporting the land drainage committees in SDC just by doing some inspection works in support of that, and assisting that transition back to SDC. We also operate the Resource Recovery Park here in Selwyn, where we receive and process refuge on behalf of the district. That includes the receipt and processing of green waste. We operate a shredder out there which processes that, and then it goes into composting. There's a team out there also manage the recycling and stuff that gets dropped off, and work in the reuse shop, which is a fairly new asset that Selwyn has invested in out there. So just to look at, again, Richard spoke about the different vocations which are here, specifically in the 200 staff that we've got within parks and water. There's a list of specialists that we have, but just to call out a couple, we've got 10 ROSPA qualified staff that work within the division, ROSPA being the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents, and they are a group that go around and inspect our playgrounds to make sure they're safe. It's a process they go through for that. We've got 17 workplace assessors and trainers, and they are implementing our 1800 plus competencies that we assess to ensure that the staff are all trained and competent in their activities. And just as a sample set of that, water services, 75% of the staff in there are qualified or are in training. That's a requirement of the of working in amongst the drinking water quality. So just to dive into some numbers, there's some interesting ones we've extracted out. Over the last 12 months, we've done just shy of 9,000 reactive tasks completed. We've done within water services here in the district 96,000 odd planned and scheduled tasks. We've supplied just over 9 billion litres of treated water to the district. That's through 26,000 odd connections. We've done 1,600 playground inspections. We've mowed an awful lot of grass across the districts. This one I hadn't actually come across until we ran these numbers. We did 54,000 toilet cleans. And the toilet paper roll count out of that was quite horrific too. 76,000 rubbish bin empties. There's quite a lot of them down in the Mackenzie, just with the tourist stuff down there. But and yes, quite a considerable amount of garden maintenance in there as well. We'll dive a little bit deeper into water treatment, and while we're restricted a little bit on time, we can't get into all of it, but we'll talk to a couple of areas. So in water treatment, we operate 39 water treatment plants right across the Selwyn district, and that's anywhere from Arthur's Pass and Lake Coleridge at the top end, right down to the Rakaya huts. It's quite a decentralised system we run, and it's largely due to the geographical spread of our population in the district. Those 39 plants are operated by a dedicated team of treatment operators. It's a specialist skill set, and that's a 24/7, 365-day operation. We operate those schemes in compliance with SDC's Tamara Arawai approved drinking water safety plan. That plan was written in compliance with the drinking water quality assurance rules. So that safety plan outlines the activities that our operators undertake to make sure that the inspections, verifications, calibrations, how we manage transgressions, how we communicate, that all of that is done in such a way to ensure that we provide safe and compliant water to the district. And just as I suppose, an excerpt of that, the operators complete around 29,000 verifications and calibrations annually on our network. That's on the equipment and the components in it to ensure that they're all operating as they should. So we visit about 132 sites weekly to perform compliance checks, which is about 6,800 odd visits a year, with multiple activities at each site visit. So that's part of, I suppose, the prevalence of us being seen is because we do get around a lot with a lot of the compliance stuff that we do. So the equipment called perform the verifications on monitors the various parameters of the water quality. So that could be source water quality, the chlorine dosing, and residuals within the network, UVT, and pH conductivity, etc. Now, all of these key compliance points are also remotely monitored and logged via SDC's telemetry system.
which also gives us the ability to monitor and ensure the systems are functioning remotely, so we don't have to drive to every single site for every single activity. In wastewater treatment, we operate 7 wastewater treatment plants for SDC. And of the 9 odd billion litres of treated water that we supply to the district, or drinking water we supply, we get about 4.6 billion litres of that back to treat at the other end. The wastewater team again runs a 24/7 operation in both the plant operation and the conveyance networks. And those treatment plants are again located at a great geographic spread from Arthur's Pass, Lake Coleridge, Leeston, Claremont, and of course the large one we have here in Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant. The Rolleston plant here is SDC's largest single asset, and it receives the majority of the wastewater treated for the district. About just over 4 billion litres is treated through this plant. And it's receiving effluent from Leeston, Lincoln, West Melton, Prebbleton, Rolleston, and it also has network connections now to Darfield and Kirwee. And as Darfield and Kirwee's wastewater infrastructure is rolled out through the townships over the coming years, we will start to receive more of the old township. In simple terms, the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant treats the effluent through a biological process before we sterilise it with UV, and then discharge the treated water through centre pivot to the farmland that surrounds the treatment plant. And the plant produces around 850 tonnes of biosolids annually, which is either disposed of to the land or at an approved facility, depending on how our testing results come up. Now, normal daily flows through the wastewater treatment plant are around 11,500 cubic metres a day. But just to put a little bit of context on that, the weather event we had earlier in the year, the catchment flows we experienced in that event, this was the April-May event, we had 39,000 cubic metres within the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant catchment. 23 of which we received directly into the plant, and 16,000 cubic metres we were able to divert into network storage. The plant is currently consented to receive 25,000 cubic metres a day maximum. So that 39,000 flow just sort of shows the impacts that weather events can have on this infrastructure. Good segue into emergency response. I just want to touch briefly on this as to the role that CORD play in these within the district, whether it be a severe wind or a rain event more prevalently. There's a lot of stuff goes on in the background between the different teams, whether that's be surface waters teams heading around, shutting down water races as depicted there, so that we've got capacity within the district for any runoff and capture. We set up emergency pumps at some hotspots around the district to ensure that we can defend key infrastructure and residential properties. The water team, they tend to experience it at the tail end as any turbidity and other bits and pieces cause shutdowns in the water supply. But the wastewater network by far receives the biggest impact from it, and their preparation leading up to the events tends to be pumped forward, buying us that network capacity so that we can handle surges in supply or surges in what we receive. We heavily rely on our team's knowledge and experience. There's a lot of institutional knowledge that exists within CORD around how these networks operate and function. And I mean, in our surface waters, we're now running literally third generation water race ranges. And that shows to the, I suppose, the engagement and knowledge that they have on their infrastructure. I suppose just a touch here on construction and the support that they offer in these events. We have we resource to deliver business as usual and maintenance. We don't resource for the peaks of these emergency events.
So we rely heavily on our internal construction team when we go to a 24/7 rolling emergency, because we need to be able to call on that resource to be able to provide heavy equipment and staffing to keep things rolling. So it's quite an integral part of maintenance response to emergency events, calling on our construction and subcontract support networks. Right, just a brief run into some future and some innovation stuff that's going on. Our little robot that we've invested in and did some line marking at the front of the office here at last Anzac Day has been a really successful investment. Where we go and do our first line marking for the district, where we go out to a new field which hasn't been marked for a season. We want to reset it out. What would normally have taken quite a bit of time with a number of staff for the first set out, this little machine allows us to push a button largely and watch it do its thing while the operator is able to attend to other aspects of the set out. Autonomous mowing, we're deep into a project at the moment where we're doing some field evaluation of a variety of different use cases actually around autonomous mowing. But we certainly feel that the technology is now getting to a point with regards to its safety and its accuracy that it's commercially viable for us to look at deploying some of these into the district. Once we get to the end of that, of this evaluation process, we'll certainly be reporting back to Council on that. We've been working with the Parks Reserves team and Council over the evaluation thus far. The benefit we see in it is that we can have a staff member come to a site, set the machine up for some area-wide mowing while they're attending to some other areas that might be some more, whether it be trimming or weeding or other things that we couldn't automate. 3D component manufacture. Down at the wastewater treatment plant, we've got the sludge managers that work in the solid dryers, and they buzz up and down, telling the biosolids as it dries and goes through the last phase of pathogen kill. Well, those robots, as they run up and down, have some bus bars that convey power to them, and they have some followers on them. They continue to break. They were continuing to break on us, and they're ex-Europe. There's an 8-week lead time on them, and they're really expensive little components with multiple ones on each unit. So the team down there took it upon themselves to see if they could do it better, and they commissioned several prototypes and different material type evaluation for printing these bus bar followers in 3D. And the end result is that we're able to get these components now at a tenth of the price. We can get them in a couple of days, and our one's actually lasting longer than the factory ones, so which is really good. That was a success story. That team have continued to engage with 3D component manufacture, just with bracketry and other things they use down at the plant, and are have printed up some tools, specialist tooling for use on the UVT, which means that the UVT equipment's lasting longer because conventional tools were damaging it. Next one up there is a fairly important project that's going to affect how we interface and deliver work. We'll call it an in-field service system, and it's fundamentally consolidating how we do our work in the field. So at the moment, our operators operate in a number of different IT systems, and they interface with the client systems in a number of different ways. We need to bring that in and consolidate that into a single piece of software. That piece of software also offers some benefits at how we communicate with the officers here and at SDC, in that we can give better transparency on the current state of play of a job. When were we last at something? When are we going to be at it next? And that will enable us to give better transparency and engagement with the residents around just what's happening out there on the network. Okay. Right. I've just had to hurry up. It's actually my last one. It wasn't my last one. Right, so I just wanted to say thank you for the time this morning, and I hope that's given you some insight into the scale and depth of services Chord provide across the district, and some context as to the number of vehicles and personnel that you see out there. While well, time is limited here to dive into deeper detail. We're always happy to meet and discuss any aspect of the service we provide. And thank you again. And now I'll hand over to Andrew Loader, our General Manager for Construction.
Cool. I think I've got a question for you, if that's
far away.
If that's all right, Samuel.
Awesome. Thank you. Firstly, since we're engaging in Mackenzie, Timaru, Hiranui, Waimak, and Selwyn, is Selwyn getting the best value in comparison to those other councils, or is that more of a PX discussion?
Yeah, I think I'm sorry, there's probably a bit of commercial sensitivity around it, to be honest. But I think that is something that Murray and Matt can bring back.
I agree. I think I think that's a business risk strategic conversation it's absolutely appropriate to deal with it within PX.
Awesome, thank you. And the next thing, although I think I already know the answer to this, I'm still going to ask it. The difference of 11,500 metre cube and 39,000 during a storm or an event, why is that happening?
Stormwater's entering the network.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. I was under the impression, explained that it didn't in the past. And when we dry biosolids at Pines via solar, how do we know that it's 75% dry?
We do a number of tests at the end of that process and through its treatment to get it to a certain standard. So there's a whole lot of lab testing that gets done.
Cool. Cool. Awesome. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Race.
Yeah, fantastic presentation. Thanks, Vince. I wish you could have carried on. The 39,000, just to touch on what he was saying, did that make people panic? Was that were we at our maximum, and was our catchment of 16,000 cube at, you said that you dumped off 16,000 cube, were those external catchments more for the catchment board stuff for us? Were they at maximum? Were we at panic stage there?
That particular event we wouldn't want to have continued on for much longer, no. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we won't take the word panic. Were we at maximum? Were we maxed out there?
We weren't quite maxed out, but yeah, like I said, we wouldn't want it to have continued on for much longer. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cool. Aaron.
Quick question. Is or will the transition of the council's water management to Selwyn Water Limited impact Cord?
That's probably a question for this team, really.
Yeah.
Not from a delivery point of view. It's the same staff working on the same assets, doing the same activities. Yes, we may be facing a different customer, but the physical works are the same, and largely for water in particular, it's highly regulated what we've got to do. So I don't see that changing.
Oh, that's good. I was just making sure there's no hiccups in the process, so it's good to hear. Thanks.
Not at this stage. I think there's a bit of a process to work through with the novation of contracts that we have with Cord, and so some of the contracts, the waters are all bundled into a contract, and so there needs to be a novation, and then they need to be split out into what contracts sit with Selwyn Water Limited and what contracts sit with us towards Cord. So, yeah, there's a bit of a process to work through at the moment.
But like I say, from a delivery point of view, it's business as usual. Yeah.
Yeah. Denise.
A couple of questions. You talked about having 200 staff in water and parks. Do you use a lot of subcontractors as well?
Yeah, we do, particularly around peak seasonal stuff, because it's hard to hold resource for when we get seasonal type activity through the winter months. So yes, we definitely do. There's a lot of different types of them, whether it be specialist testing or inspection services or physical delivery of works, yes.
Mm-hmm. And this might not be a question for you now, or might be for some other time. Other than weather events, are there any issues with the wastewater treatment plant that need addressing urgently? For example, the size of the land for the disposal of effluent?
There's a long-term plan associated with management of the wastewater and what the future stages look like. I think what's happened is that the rate of growth of change here in the district has been faster than anybody predicted. And so we just need to keep testing the resilience of that future planning to make sure that, okay, well, if this is the current state and we think it's going to be this, how confident are we that it's A, going to hit that number, and B, stand up to it? I think that the change that's happening at the moment is it's well detailed in the future planning. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And also you talked about excess waste is now taken away to another approved facility. Where does it go to?
We've currently there's a facility on the west coast which does land remediation around ex-mining land, and the biosolids are really good for rehabilitating land and getting soil structures back in, and so they use it over there at the moment.
Okay.
But there's some expense in transport, so we ultimately want to retain as much of it here as we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth.
My question was around the biosolids as well. So the second half of back down to what Denise has just said is, what is the future for biosolids? Because you're talking about there's a cost obviously to take it to the west coast. If we were to put it on our own land here, is there an available process that we'd need to invest in to be able to do that? Or what does the future look potentially for biosolids in general?
Well, there's another project which is underway at the moment to install a boiler system which enables us to recover some of the energy out of that biosolid and heat our solar dryer with it, so that we can get better drying through winter months. We operate a solar dryer at quite a low latitude, and it struggles a little bit in the winter conditions. So the ability to be able to get heat out of our biosolid and keep things running at peak during winter, so that'll consume some of it. But yeah, ultimately to land is the current plan with it. Does that help?
I was just going to say, I was hoping you were going to say we need to heat it more and therefore we could then distribute it here, or a bit like the Wellington Zoo poo. I don't know what they do, but they bag it up and sell it at the shops. So human waste, there must be some way we can get to a point where it's actually safe to put on something more locally. Are they doing it overseas? What's available? What systems are available internationally so that we are not having to move it into a landfill pit or a remediation pit?
Yeah, so we're not dumping it. It goes into the pasture and is used in the pasture. There's a number of different options that sit before us as to where we head with it, and it's part of that longer term plan that I spoke to before about the development and where we head to with the wastewater in the district. There's lots of options and lots of things. Probably want to dive into them in detail in another forum.
Cool, thank you. Samuel.
Have we pursued the opportunity of using digesters and generating methane that we could then heat? Because I am of the understanding that we aren't possibly getting the temperatures desired in winter, especially when it's overcast for a week or so, in the solar greenhouses, brown houses, I suppose. Have we looked into that?
Yep, that's definitely in the longer term plan. There's a sweet spot about when it becomes economic to change the digestion process to capture the methane. We haven't quite been at the size to make that viable, but there is a point in our future where we have to make the decision, which way do we want to go? And I'm sure that'll come before council to make a decision.
Any idea what it is costing us to send it over the Alps?
No, not off the top of my head, sorry.
Because if we were able to process it here, heat treat it effectively through digestion, capture the methane, and then save the shipping by dumping it on the lawn.
Yeah, so if we caught the methane, we would still have biosolids that come off the end of the process. So the moving to a methane capture process wouldn't eliminate our solid dryers. We would still have them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it, through methane capture and putting them in digesters, it wouldn't just make it simple, nice and...
It doesn't make it go away.
No, it doesn't make it go away, but it doesn't make it no longer contaminant. It doesn't... I thought it neutralises the bacteria and stuff in it.
We would certainly be able to improve our drying through winter. Yeah. But that's that boiler project I spoke to earlier, which is happening earlier than any digestion process change.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll keep rolling.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, for your time. That's great.
I'll just check in, Lydia, how much time do we have? Because we still have another GM after me. If I need to push through a bit quicker, I'll do that.
We started 10 minutes late, so how many more presentations have we got? 2 more.
Two more. I could be just as long-winded as Vance, he and I. I'll try to push through a bit quicker. All right. Very good. Good morning, councillors. I'm Andrew Loader. I'm General Manager of Construction at Cord. Purpose today, I want to give you a clear view of what does construction do at Cord, and also how does it fit within Cord holistically, as well as Selwyn's broader infrastructure system. How do we deliver value, and how do we deliver outcomes that matter to the district and the people within it? Need to push the buttons. So in construction, we've effectively got 3 or 4 delivery streams. I'll go into each of them in a bit more detail, but we have civil, structures, 3 waters, as well as tendering, survey and design as well. In terms of the sense of where construction fits in Selwyn's infrastructure system, I think it's helpful to look at the full life cycle of an asset. And from also what you've heard today of what Vance has talked to in terms of maintenance, every pipe, pump station, road, bridge goes through a repeatable cycle from planning, design, construction, ultimately decades of operation and maintenance before it's renewed, and the process starts all over again. Construction largely operates at the beginning and then also the end of that life cycle. But the key point here is that our teams understand the whole life cycle. That's part of our value add, not just the build. It means we're thinking about constructability during design, thinking about maintenance while we build, and thinking about long-term performance and costs when we plan renewals. This map shows a bit of a spread of constructions projects across the South Island recently. What's important about this is that it does closely mirror the geographical reach of our water and road maintenance teams. That overlap means we're not operating in isolation. We're driving efficiencies through growing together. Our teams share insights across the districts, and the collaborative view of how assets are built, operated and maintained allows us to put value back to our clients and our communities that we work in. The lessons learned that we learn from innovation and our team's ambition in delivering this work across the South Island so far also brings back that level of information to our team when it comes to future planning and ensuring that we're thinking smart and innovating through delivery of construction. In diving into a bit of the detail, a really good place to start for us in terms of the services that construction offers is survey and design. It's where the value starts. It's the more accurate and complete the information is at the front end of a project, the fewer surprises there are later, and the better the handover to an operations and maintenance team. Our team provides surveying and design support that ties directly into actual delivery, because we're thinking again about constructability from the beginning. We think avoid a lot of delays and additional costs that can happen when design and construction are separated. It also means we reduce the amount of external consultancy required for clients. For example, instead of a full design package needing to go through multiple iterations and then variations as a result to hand over to a construction contractor, we are able to better manage that internally and ensure that all of that value add is provided through one bespoke system. That's irrespective of whether we are as Chord delivering the design ourselves, or if we're investing in an ECI process or reviewing the designs of those that we're working to. The front-end clarity in the design and survey space is what sets the rest of the project up for success. These are some sections I'll run through relatively quickly. In terms of our capabilities, we have 3D scanning and photogrammetry. That image there, while it looks like a photo or a 3D model, it's actually millions or trillions of minor data points that provide survey and capture in detail. That is actually an example of the Pines Wastewater Treatment Plant, which helped us in detailed understanding of clash detection in that instance between a conveyor and a new access platform. The impact of not doing that would significantly increase time and cost if we weren't doing that sort of thing in advance. We have drone survey and photography, including LiDAR capabilities. Our infrastructure and design modelling, we can prepare in-house our own design drawings. We have drafting capability, modelling. We also undertake that front-end work in terms of utility identification to help with clash detection, again, with an intent to minimise total cost and total program and community impact. We have Site Vision, which is a really interesting tool for us. It provides, as it says there, in-field augmented reality that's bringing the survey out to the ground. So it's no good just having all the cool tools and bells and whistles in the office. We bring it out to the ground, and our teams bring that innovation out to site so we can see where it is we're going at whatever stage in construction that we're at. As well as for us, we do the basics in terms of site set out, control and as-builting. These are all core parts of the work that we do. Our plant is equipped, our plant and equipment is equipped with survey technology to ensure that we're minimising potential rework. We're doing things as accurately as the industry expects of best practice. Here's an interesting example here of that's an actual 3D as-built of a pump station that we built in Ellesmere, and that's the level of detail that you get out of our construction delivery team for our clients to be able to have a full understanding of what it is that we've actually built. Majority of the work, or a large amount of the work that we build, is underground and gets buried. Where there continued strain in the construction sector is those unknown services. So enabling councils to understand what their assets are and exactly where they are, that's where our team does a fantastic job. This video gives a fly-through of actually everything that I've just talked to in terms of detail to see how it's all stitched together. That is 3D model at its best. That's the as-constructed Ellesmere to Pines pipeline. We have significant amount of detail and information, and effectively the way that provides value is that it's part of our business as usual. It's not at additional cost, and it provides substantial information to our clients for understanding their assets. Shift into water. Water, for us, it's one of the most critical services we provide to the community, underpinning public health, growth, resilience, and quality of life for our communities. Because of that, it's an area where Chord invests a lot of effort, making sure that infrastructure is designed and built to a high standard, performing over the long term. Our construction and water maintenance teams work closely together. It means that the people who understand the day-to-day challenges of the network and how it operates have input to how new assets are delivered, providing those efficiencies. It reduces risk, shortens delivery timeframes, and ensures the outcomes are right for the community the first time. We've delivered some of Selwyn's biggest water projects over the past number of years, along with many water treatment plants across the South Island. That technical experience we bring and the skills that our team have developed gives us a strong foundation for the future within Selwyn and beyond. To run through some of the water team capabilities, we do have our standard pipeline renewals, so that's dig and lay additional new or replacement pipe, water infrastructure pipes. We undertake trunk mains, so for example the 630 diameter trunk main that we've just put across State Highway 1. That takes significant skill and capability. These are substantial projects that again provide the lifeblood of water through our communities. Water treatment plants is one of our core strengths. We understand the operations and the maintenance of them, and our team know how to build them well and with infrastructure that lasts. And as well as at the front end, in terms of where are we getting our water, we undertake headworks and reservoir construction and storage. Wastewater, for us, it's one of the biggest pressure points created by Selwyn's rapid population growth, even through some of the questions we've just had about after Vance's presentation. And especially here in Rolleston and Selwyn, the scale and pace of development has required major upgrades to the wastewater treatment plant, as well as the construction of the Darfield, Kuwi and Leaston, introduction of Darfield, Kuwi, Leaston and other townships into that network. They're not simple projects and involved long rising mains, complex pump stations, sequencing, high risk commissioning and a level of technical integration that has real consequences if it's not managed well. Failures in wastewater infrastructure impact public health, impact the environment and the ability of growing communities to function. It's where our teams have been heavily involved delivering new rising mains, pump stations and network upgrades, not just in Selwyn but in our wider communities that we service, to help keep pace with growth. Infrastructure is an exciting space to be because it is the growth, but it's the pressure points that can also cause strain. I'll run through a bit of the breadth of our capability in the wastewater space. Here's some of the stuff we see every day in terms of laterals that have root intrusion. So these are individual properties that lose the ability to have basic service and function. We undertake that works on a routine basis. We innovate and behind innovating around technology to not just go and dig and lay new pipes, but reuse and reutilise the network that we have. So this is the example of spiral lining that we undertook and worked collaboratively with Selwyn District Council to find the best value solution that minimised public impact. So it's great that our teams are innovating in that space. We undertake main network upgrades in terms of, we've talked to the Darfield to Pines and the connections that we're needing to necessarily spread to introduce that infrastructure to the Pines wastewater treatment plant. And we undertake main network upgrades such as including pipes and pump stations to support that growth. Some innovations in that space, again, minimising disruption. We undertook one of the largest hot taps or live cut-ins into a 630mm diameter wastewater pipeline, and that saved substantial cost. We brought infrastructure and equipment over from Australia and trained teams here locally to deliver that work, minimising substantial potential cost if we were to do this bog standard cut-in approach, especially given the impact that cutting off a 630 diameter wastewater main in Selwyn would do. We have in-house capability for pump station construction. They vary in scale. We've also undertaken renewals. This example was one in Christchurch that we undertook a full replacement of a failed pump station that was, when it failed, was resulting in substantial cost monthly to the council, and the replacement needed to happen quickly in a very tight environment. In wastewater treatment plants, we've touched on the Pines wastewater treatment plant. Our team have undertaken a substantial volume of work out there and do it in a really collaborative and transparent manner with Selwyn District Council, as well as the relevant consultants and our internal staff at CORD. That continues to be a significant amount of the work that is necessary for us as a district to ensure that we're keeping on top of things. We've also undertaken enabling works at Christchurch at Bromley's wastewater treatment plant. We're taking the skills that our team develop and we're taking them out to ensure that we're providing those skills and those services to other communities as well. We front-footed some of the work in terms of the enabling works for the recovery of the trickling filters in Christchurch. Getting into civil infrastructure, so it's a core part of what we do. It's actually the origin of where we started as a construction team in CORD. And that was in the Blakely days, so we're thinking back to the Blakely brand, including earthworks, roads, pathways, subdivision infrastructure, drainage, and a broad range of site development work. Much of this supports private development, commercial growth, district-wide transport connections around the regions that we work in. The nature of civil work means that we need to be flexible, responsible, and able to coordinate multiple crews and subcontractors efficiently. That's where our scale and self-perform capability comes into its own. For councils and government agencies and developers, the value we bring here is predictability and a partner that can bring the right resources at the right place with understanding the full infrastructure lifecycle and asset management process. Some of the skills and capabilities we deliver there are in bulk earthworks. We've undertaken establishment of quarries, as well as recently the Kowhai Park Solar Farm near the airport. We undertook the bulk earthworks progressive work there to support that. Subdivisions have been a core part of the work that we do for a long period of time. Road construction and widenings, we undertake varying scales and scope of widenings across highways as well as within the districts, and that also goes down to substantial work working on High Street, for example, in Christchurch City. And transport infrastructure, the City to Sea pathway last year was one of our most substantial civil projects. Connecting communities is 100% what CORD lives and breathes, and being able to do that sort of work, we also do it for, we've undertaken pathway works and also work with and for healthcare villages. Waterways, wetlands and coastal environments are a challenging area. Environmental sensitivity requires us to ensure that we've got both management practices and skills on the ground to be aware of and properly manage these types of sensitive projects. And structures, one of the delivery of structures projects, it's a great example of how our capability as an organisation continues to evolve. Over the last few years, we've strengthened our in-house expertise in complex structures, including bridges, culverts, retaining structures, and temporary works design that goes with that. The capability is backed by industry recognition, including recent awards from CCNZ in one of our first road bridges, and the achievement of NZTA level pre-qualifications for bridges and structures. Having this depth in-house also adds real value to our road maintenance contracts. We're able to repair and replace structures that we deliver, as well as new retaining assets, and respond quickly when issues arise on the network. To give you a broad range, and I'll flick through pretty quickly, the bridges, that's the CCNZ award-winning bridge there in Eastman Wetland on the Christchurch City Council's project. We've also undertaken the Coalpit Road Bridge replacement in Mackenzie recently, which was a finalist in the CCNZ Awards also. And in the Huranui, we've recently conducted a really interesting bridge repair where there was a slumping after a flood event of a bridge. We entered in a design and construct contract to, in 4 weeks, jack that bridge back up to alignment and restore connectivity to the network and community. We also have the capacity for box culverts, both in terms of intricate in situ box culvert extensions as well as standard box culvert construction. Retaining structures varying from precast retaining structures and MSE walls through to timber posts structures and all sorts of varying forms of that. As well as recently, tilt slab building construction is something that we've developed. We're developing in-house capabilities. Where the structures team comes from is where, as CORD continues developing its people, as you heard Richard talk to, we're taking the skills of our people that we bring in and we're expanding our delivery service. And it's a really exciting part about being in an organisation like CORD. We also undertake timberline drain construction and that kind of goes alongside our waterways projects. In boardwalks. In Wanaka, we were a CCNZ finalist or award winner for the environmental management of our boardwalks near the lake, as well as we've undertaken boardwalks and timber boardwalks for Christchurch, both at the groins and other areas. One of the things you've heard earlier from the Capital Works team within Selwyn District Council is that we're moving forward around value-based approach to delivering capital projects, measuring success not by how much of budget is spent, but the outcomes that are achieved. And that resonates. That shift is aligned with how we operate at CORD. Being outcome focused, we care about the performance of the asset, not just the build. It comes from understanding the entire life cycle of infrastructure, from planning through to long-term maintenance and renewals. Our integrated capability means that there are fewer interfaces, fewer redesign cycles, fewer variations, and we actively consider innovation and thinking outside the square to enable those opportunities to come to the foray with the clients that we work with. And a lot of our capability is in-house. Every time we expand our capabilities, be it design, structures, temporary works or project management, we reduce the need for external consultants, keeping more of the value within the district and being able to collaboratively provide that back to our clients, including Selwyn. All of that creates a model that's resilient, predictable and focused on delivering the best outcomes for the community. I'll quickly go through procurement. We go through both open tender procurement as well as direct negotiation, and that is equally, they both have pros and are dependent on what the circumstances are. In terms of direct negotiation, they're entirely appropriate when we're looking for continuity, speed, the risk profile of engagement, or the complexity is that such that we want to ensure that we've got the right people on the right job. Chord and construction in particular, we have a substantial amount of open tender work. So we tender a lot, and we have a pretty substantial team that works on that. What they leverage from is the learnings as well that we bring from construction. The contract forms work through from early contract involvement through to, I mentioned a couple of examples of design and construct for us, as well as a standard construct-only contracts. We operate in the world of all of those, just as any of our competition in the construction sector would. The right pathway provides the right outcome and the best value for the end user, and that's at the heart of what it is we're looking to do. What's important to talk to there on that is pre-qualifications and panels. Over the last few years, a lot of what we've been focusing on is enabling ourselves to be able to bid for work and direct negotiate work for other clients. We, as I've mentioned previously, we're pre-qualified with NZTA, Waka Kotahi, for bridges and structures, general construction, as well as maintenance. We're on over 10 panels collectively with Christchurch City Council across the breadth of water delivery, civils and structures works. We're also a Tier 1 contractor for Christchurch International Airport and have other pre-qualifications that support what it is that we look to do in terms of diversification of revenue. Quick summary.
Okay.
Quickly.
To be honest, I think we can skip over
Good.
it.
All right, we'll keep going to voting.
Yeah, we've all got it, but I think there's a couple of questions for
Sure.
you, but I'm noting that some of the team have to leave at 12:15. So we'll try and make them quick for you, mate. Go.
Sure.
Elizabeth.
Who shares the overlap of the network asset information, Westco, SDDC, or does Chord retain it? So that's probably going back to the water guy, because, or it might have been you. Actually, you guys have got a huge amount of network information that you've just shown us capability. But do we retain that? Does council retain it? Do you retain that? Who's going to be retaining this information in the future? Well, it's both of you, actually.
So SDC retain that. They currently hold that information.
Okay.
So while, yes, we may harvest it, it's for the council.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm going through quick. What's the life expectancy of the new water pipe infrastructure? It used to be like 50 years or 80 years, isn't it?
Design life is often subjective, but I believe design life is 50 years.
50 years, okay.
My understanding.
Part of our asset management.
Yeah. With the new water legislation, what expectations do you have on increasing the surface across the South Island?
Increasing Chord's service.
Yeah, and capability to.
Yeah, it's a reality is it's got to be part of our strategy moving forward. And Matthew talked to refining and developing our strategy into 2026, and it's certainly got to be part of that. The rapid changes in that space mean that we need to be adaptable.
So this could be a bigger part of Chord than.
I think that really sits with us in our statement of expectations of what we direct Chord to do. And previously we've directed Chord to go out and diversify their operations and your income and look elsewhere, not just solely reliant on Selwyn District Council. So that's on us.
And our strategy is informed entirely by that statement of intent.
Yeah. So the water infrastructure, does that rely on many subcontractors? Because you've got quite a lot in-house, but how much are you needing to bring in?
So in the water infrastructure space, there's often, in particular, suppliers, largely suppliers. We have a substantial supply network, and such is the nature of that sort of work. in terms of supplying of the pumps, as well as a lot of the equipment that you see that sits within those spaces. We continue expanding our in-house capability, and that's a core focus of what we're looking to try to do. Even the a recent acquisition of AJ Electrical provides that sort of opportunity for areas where we currently subcontract a lot of the electrical connectivity work as part of those projects. Answer is yes, we do. We do
Perfect.
subcontract those key aspects.
This is a small on the side. Do you guys utilise opportunities when you're out with the contracts to look for ways that you can assist with, for example, you've got some additional concrete left over for small community groups and that kind of thing, so that you can take advantage of those opportunities?
100%. And what I think one of the questions earlier was just around how we communicate as well. We do have a stakeholder and engagement manager within our team, and Kendall, she does a great job working within the communities, and we certainly engage early on with any of those local, in particular, community groups, schools, preschools, to understand where we can add value. Yes, absolutely, that happens.
Cool. Thank you. Reece.
Yeah, super quick. The disruption that goes on with the roading, etc. I looked at the capabilities and I was sitting there waiting for pipe bursting. Have you looked into it, and do you have that capability?
Pipe bursting, it comes along rarely, and it is while it is a methodology that's useful in infrastructure investment, it's not something that necessarily provides value if we were to self-perform that. There are other subcontractors that would do it and do it for pretty good rates. But it's not necessarily an avenue that we would look at doing that directly. Yeah, obviously, you don't have to dig up the road. You don't have to have quite the surface. I know you. Yeah, I'm aware of pipe bursting. So and pipe bursting certainly comes with its own risk profile, right? Yes, but we see largely less pipe bursting as remedials, and there are other alternate methodologies. But certainly, it's not to say it's not done. It is done, but it's not something that we would bring in-house necessarily.
Thank you.
Is the Waimakariri Bridge cord?
No.
No.
Hi, Andrew. Sorry, it's me now.
Sorry, Denise. Yes.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I saw. So you're responsible for pipe laying and network upgrades. How easy is it to separate out stormwater capability from laying pipes for drinking water and wastewater? Is there not a bit of an overlap there?
There's definitely an overlap when it comes to construction of subdivisions, right? We do all of that at the same time. Okay. But when it comes to understanding what are the other infrastructure renewals required, it's for us to work with our clients, be it Selwyn District Council or whoever else that client might be, to understand what is the wider scope of network upgrades. And the challenge there is similar to what yourselves are all challenged with at the moment, is prioritisation of capital works, right, is always a challenge, and trying to get in at the right time equally is challenging. It is certainly something that we'd bring to the table. If we see efficiency, we'd engage that conversation, absolutely.
Yeah, to do them all together.
Yeah.
Cool. And with the Pines wastewater plant, it looks like you have all the technology. And did you build the Pines wastewater plant, or is it subcontracted to another engineering company?
So original days of the initial phases of the Pines wastewater treatment plant, we've actually had some of our team were involved, but not through Cord. Cord's involvement in terms of capital works delivery there started about the same time that I started, about 4 years ago. Mm-hmm. And while yes, we've continued to develop that in-house capability, but we have also managed that through use of subcontractors as well. So it's certainly supplemented with subcontractors where we don't have in-house capability. The bigger challenges there on such a complex site is the understanding of how that site operates. Yeah. And the value that we bring is not necessarily reflective of the percentage of self-performed versus subcontracted work. And I suppose in real terms, the value that we provide in a financial sense is based around where our statement of intent is, mm-hmm. and our continual drive, though, to try to get innovation and bring in-house capabilities of our team. So in some instances where some precast work had been done by subcontractors 4 years ago, we would now do some of that, standing of those tilt panel buildings, for example, ourselves now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good to hear. I was going to ask something else then, and just for a future thing, with a lot of our subdivisions are putting in wetlands, and they are going to need looking after, and it seems to have come up a lot to me in the last few weeks in Lincoln, because once the developments are built, eventually they get handed over to the council. So I suppose what I'm saying is there's going to be a lot more cost in maintaining those wetlands, or do we have a plan going forward for that?
It's probably something for Selwyn District Council to probably manage. Well, I'd be very happy to build them. I'm very happy to maintain
and look after them. Yeah.
There's certainly a planning space there that I'm probably not best to comment on.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. All right.
All right, I'll hand over to Brendan for the road minutes.
Go.
Musical chairs, a wee bit.
I think, and actually this is something that I was just thinking about when we were looking to roading, and I think this is, maybe our public don't understand, I have had lots of comments as why is Cord not fixing the potholes, and that actually Cord is not our roading contractor. I think it's just something to clear.
Yeah, I'll cover that a wee bit.
Yeah.
So, thanks, Andrew. So my name's Brendan Ryder. I'm the GM for roading within Cord. So our road maintenance strand, what we call a strand, is based in Rangiora. We proudly provide roading maintenance activities for both the Waimak District and the Haranui District Councils. We have approximately 45 to 50 dedicated staff within our division. That's depending on workload. Both contracts are long-term contracts, long-term maintenance contracts. The Waimak contract has just been re-won or resecured and is a 3+1+1 contract, so potentially 5 years. The Haranui contract was re-won back in 2022 and is a 5+2+2 contract, so potentially 9 years. Collectively across both contracts we maintain roughly 1,500 kilometres of sealed roads and similar number of unsealed roads. So in general terms, across both districts, road maintenance consists of the list of activities that is up in front of you at the moment. The activities on the left are performed by Cord, and the items on the right are performed by our key supply partners. So I'll just, sorry it's a bit quick, but I'll just click through. Cord has been maintaining the Haranui roading maintenance contract for the last 10 years and the Waimak District Council or network, roading network, for the last 30 years, competitively tendering it on a 5-year cycle. Our maintenance team has on average tenure greater than 10 years, while our ground staff have an average tenure of greater than 5 years. Collectively as a team, we have over 200 years experience delivering road maintenance in the Waimak and 100 years delivering road maintenance in the Haranui. In 2022, Cord was awarded the National Civil Contractors Award for maintenance and management of assets in the for the Waimak District Council contract. This is a national award. This is a photo of our team receiving the Toki, which is a very prestigious award and now holds pride of place in our branch. Resources shared between construction and maintenance strands to deliver works in response to events. Flooding, like flooding and slips and snow, wind damage, etc. When events happen, we respond. These photos show the result of a significant weather event in June 2021, where in excess of 300 millimetres of rain fell in 48 hours. The rainfall caused 2 major slips in Lees Valley and the Waimak. Cord was called upon to get access open as soon as possible to the residents in the valley. We reached out to our construction arm to offer assistance in the state of emergency response. Due to our size and capability, we were able to divert resources immediately. Our first job was to gain four-wheel drive access within days, and then gain access for stock trucks that local farmers in the community depend upon. Within a couple of weeks, full public access was established, which is an amazing result given the complexity of the location and the scale of the slips. Another example of resource sharing would be our response in 2016 to the Kaikoura Haranui earthquake. This quake devastated Kaikoura and also the northern end of the Huranui district. The initial quake isolated Waiau Township and Kaikoura itself through State Highway 1 and the Leader Road. By daylight, we had 10 two-person crews surveying the damage throughout the network. We also had 10 separate work crews, Cord and others, repairing and gaining access where possible. We had in excess of 90 people inspecting and repairing the roads and gaining access where possible. Within 24 hours, access to Waiau was established, and within 2 days after the event, Lock Contracting and Cord opened the last section of Inland Road to gain the initial link back into Kaikoura. In the days following, staffing swelled to 150 or over 150 personnel from Cord and various other local companies working under Cord's umbrella. The photo on the right shows a huge slip on Rotherham Road, which was cleared by a construction strand. So it's a huge slip there, and then there was a subsequent road rebuild undertaken. Now I'll pass you over to Matthew, who's going to take us through to the end of the presentation.
I have some closing comments, Lydia, but I appreciate we're pushed for time, so I'll refer to you.
Look, you're all right. I'm just doing a little bit of shuffling around, and yeah, we can probably, if we finish at 12:30.
Yeah, it's
dot.
Yes, I've only got one more slide to get
Great.
through. So. While we work across multiple districts, our relationship with Selwyn is something we take seriously. A genuine partnership with a clear focus on outcomes for the community. We base our work on clarity on scope, clarity on roles, clarity on expectations, being explicit about where SDC stops and where we start, reduces ambiguity, reduces delay, and ultimately reduces the cost and community disruption. We also place strong emphasis on transparency. Our forecasting, program reporting, and risk discussions with your teams are intended to give council visibility on what's happening, why it's happening, and what decisions are available. At the end of the day, our goal is simple: to support Selwyn with reliable, well-planned, value-driven delivery that translates into better outcomes for our communities. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us today.
Thank you. Look, I think it's awesome that you have brought the whole team in. I wasn't actually expecting your whole team. I thought it was just the Matt and Murray show. And so it's really nice to actually put more faces to names and departments within Cord. And look, we've still got a little bit of time for questions if anyone's got further questions that they wish to ask. First up, Denise.
This is possibly a really stupid question.
No such thing as a stupid question.
Why are Cord not our roading contractor?
That's a good question.
Well, they're probably asking the same question, and this is the thing, is that we go out to tender for this, and yeah, Gareth's looking at me, but I think I can probably handle it well. We go out for tender, and ultimately it comes back to us as a decision.
I could probably add to that a little bit. I think 51% is funded by NZTA, so there's a requirement to go through a formal tender process. Yeah. Is that sorry?
Look, and so the roading contract, our roading contract will be up for renewal next year, and that will follow the same process. And so anyone is open to put their tender in for that, and we weigh that up against our procurement policy and what is the best outcomes.
Yeah, I've just had Gareth pass on a few words there. It's actually an NZTA process that council follows as part of that renewal.
Elizabeth.
Hi. I really enjoyed that slide, earthquakes, repair, etc., etc. I've done quite a bit of driving in Huranui over the winter, and I was really impressed with the roads in Huranui. They're impressive. I was like, wow, there's like you cross the border, it's like going from, when you go through Europe and you go through Eastern Europe versus the rest. But anyway,
Thank you for noticing.
Yeah, I did. My question is, you've got the earthworks based in, the roading works based in Rangiora. Is that because that's historically where it was based when Scion or whoever was
Scion,
purchased?
yes, back in the day.
Is that the original place?
Yeah, so it's what we call the North Branch. So we also have operations working out of Amberley. I live in Amberley. So we also have operations, a small base in Amberley, to service the Huranui. But there's a lot more people involved in the Waimak than there is in the Huranui. But equally, they're both equally important to us.
So some of the work that you do, does it require subcontractors over there? And also when you do any work here, so if you're doing, I don't know, a part of another construction work and there has to be some roading to fix up or go over, do you use our roading contractor or your own roading contractors? And if you do you use subcontractors?
So construction has in-house capability to do roading itself. So if we're doing project work, whether it be for Selwyn or Christchurch City, construction has those in-house skills to be able to do that.
The resource we have in the North Branch is dedicated to road maintenance.
Okay, thank you.
Cool. Sophie?
Yeah, possibly a quick one. Thank you very much, by the way, also for everyone coming today. Question is, from your commercial end, how much sort of changes or possibilities or opportunities do you see with the various ways in which councils are putting forward their water service delivery plans and the work that they're going to need to do for that across all of the areas that you serve and any others that might be on the lookout?
Yeah, great question. We see there being a lot of opportunity in that space over the next 36 months, and there's a lot of work happening within CORD to make sure that we're prepared to meet that opportunity. So yeah, the team is really focused in that space, and we have several initiatives to ensure that we're well placed to respond, and the acquisition of AJ Electrical speaks to that as well.
Cool. Anyone else? Wow, look at us go on time. Look, I think what's really important here is that we're building a new relationship with a new council, and so I appreciate you coming along and fronting up and answering a whole lot of our questions. I think we've still got a few questions to work through, but we can bring that back for councillors. Would be great, Matt, if you are agreeable to that at some stage. But yeah, noting we've got a new council, we have a bit to work through, and we have statement of expectations next year as well to deliver up. But yeah, if there's no more questions, we can thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, team. Everyone, we Our Tāte Tima engagement survey with our staff. I'll hand this over to Mr. Steve Gibling to introduce this paper.
Thanks, Mayor Lydia. Good afternoon, councillors. I'm going to introduce Michelle Shields, who's going to run us through the presentation and the pack of information you've received. Michelle's an organisation psychologist, and we've worked with Michelle for a couple of years now to support management and having a bit of an outside-in view of the results, and to give her experience and helping us identify where are the areas that we need to focus on. We're probably going to take somewhere between 15 and 17 and a half minutes on the presentation, and then there is enough time for you to ask any questions, either of Michelle or I or the team here, to give you a bit of confidence about what we're doing with our team. So I'll pass over to you, Michelle. Thank you.
Kia ora. My name is Michelle Shields, and I hail from Christchurch for the last 23 years. And prior to that, as you can probably tell from my accent, I hail from America originally. I've been involved, as Steve said, with the Selwyn District Council for the last couple years in looking at employee engagement, and have looked at employee engagement and workplace culture with a number of public service organizations over the last 15 years. TATIMA is the Selwyn District Council's Employment Engagement Survey, and I think it's appropriate just to remind ourselves, what is an engagement survey and why do we do it? So my opening comments will be around that. So an employee engagement survey really is a measure of how well employees understand and endorse the organization's direction of travel, how the organization plans to get there. It asks a few short questions and level of agreement about their belief and support for the strategy, the organization's leadership, as well as their belief in their ability to influence and have an impact on the delivery of that strategy. It's a snapshot, basically, of how employees perceive their work environment on a day-to-day basis, and how these perceptions translate potentially into actions that they take to support the delivery of good service. Historically, it's asked three kind of questions. Would I go the extra mile for the council? It's asked, am I committed to staying with the council long term? And it's asked, would I recommend the council as a great place to work? Today we'll be covering just a quick summation, not only on those three questions, but we'll talk about how the organization has pivoted in its approach to looking at not just outputs, but inputs to employee engagement. I'll first cover just a brief overview of why engagement matters, in particular to public service organizations, and then we'll look at some specific high-level results around some of the strengths the organization's demonstrated, and of course a focus on where are the opportunities for improvement. It's unique in that we have data also that enables us to compare the Selwyn District Council results to other local government organizations, and so I'll be touching on that as we go as well. So let's start quickly with, why do we do it, and how is it unique in the public service arena? You might think, well, in the public service, people do their jobs because it's the right thing to do. But there's actually some key variables that are important when we look at things like ratepayer perception. For example, the most important element that we can consider, and if you can see it circled here on the slide, is employee retention and improved retention. How does measuring engagement affect that? Well, essentially, if you consider that the more positive my work environment is on a day-to-day basis, the more likely I am to stay in my role. And the longer I stay in a particular role working with the Selwyn District Council, the more efficient and experienced I'm likely to become. And of course, with that experience comes better customer service, and when people ask for assistance from the council. So overall, the better the experience with the council through an employee, the more enhanced the perceptions are among ratepayers. So while it is a causal chain, one of the key factors is employee retention. So it helps us understand what are the things that enable us to not only attract through our brand, but also retain good talent so that experience is developed, which translates to good customer experience. So what's been the response rate for the survey this year? Well, 90.2% of employees responded to the survey. This is an exceptional result for an organization of this size. Typically for an organization of about 500 people, we would expect 70 to 80% participation rate. And the Selwyn District Council for the last couple of years has hit the 90 percentile range, which is really good because it gives us a sense of reliability in terms of the results and how much we can count on them. So employees care about their role, and they believe that they have a role in influencing the environment that they're working in. And so I think this high participation rate speaks well of the agency or the feelings that people have that they can influence the organization's delivery model. So how have we measured engagement? Well, traditionally, engagement has been measured based on 3 items that measure a very strict assessment of how much people strongly agree or agree on 3 key questions that are measured. The first one, as you can see in the slide here, advocates, is whether individuals would recommend the Selwyn District Council to others as a great place to work, and whether they would commit to staying at the Selwyn District Council, and how motivated they are to how motivated they are to go above and beyond for the organization. Now, all 3 of these are outcomes of people's day-to-day experience. So it should be noted that 56%, in order to go to 57 or 58, takes quite a substantial effort. Because the sample size is large, we wouldn't likely see more than a 1 or 2% rise in any given year. However, you can see that since 2021, using these 3 measures, that the Selwyn District Council has grown its engagement level using this algorithm by 3 points. So whereas traditionally we've used these 3 items, it's more common now to look at the inputs of these outcomes and get ahead of the curve. And we do this by using 20 questions that can be compared year on year and benchmarked against other local government organizations. The result is that rather than look at the outcomes, the Selwyn District Council looks at work environment, employee experience, and focuses on the inputs to the day-to-day experience employees have. Now, it should be noted that last year was a pivot point for the council, and that we used the employee experience for the first time last year, and in a moment we'll look at the results from this year. This has given us an opportunity to get trend data from last year to this year. From next year, we will only use employee experience. So let's look at what employee experience is about and our results on that. The people experience or employee experience is a score that combines 20 questions around the day-to-day experience that employees have, and it enables us to compare it with other local government organizations. Now, it should be noted that this is just 20 of 58 questions on the survey overall, and that the results are scored as an overall average and not a agree or strongly agree. So this is 71% is our score this year, and this is our overall average. You can see from the slide here that when we compare the Selwyn District Council with other organizations, that there's a 3% differential there. The employee experience 20 questions cover things such as psychological well-being. Do I feel like it's safe to speak up? Can I be myself? It looks at things like, how do I feel about the leadership that I'm getting and the team that I'm a part of? It looks at, is this a supportive culture that takes health and safety seriously? Do I have the tools to do my job effectively? And do I have opportunities to develop? It should be noted that of all of those areas, the diversity and inclusion is the strongest factor. And while the overall average for our employee experience sits at 71%, when we look specifically at diversity and inclusion, it's 78%, which is, and with a very small variation from employee to employee, and overall 3% above other organizations measuring the same. Let's look now at the top-rated items that were in the employee experience and in the survey overall. Now, this is a little bit harder to read, but if you've got your pack with you, you'll be able to see this a bit more detail. What we're looking at here are the top 10 rated items, and the first column shows both the Selwyn District Council average score as well as the benchmark average score, and what the scores were overall in the change from last year. The overall highest scoring item was the item that asked employees, I understand how things do affects my ability of others to do their job. This received an overall score of 84, which is really important when you consider that if I understand clearly how my work affects someone else, that contributes to a better team performance overall. The importance of team performance is a theme that comes through the results overall. And there are two items that stand out in terms of the growth from last year. And you can see those in the right-hand column with the green +1 and +2. The Council's emphasis on Te Ao Maori is 1% higher from what it was last year, and the alignment of performance targets with strategic goals is 2% higher than it was last year. There are 3 items that stand head and shoulders above the results of other councils. And these are a focus on health and safety, and I'll just switch sides because you'll be able to see these better. A focus on health to safety had a 6% margin over other benchmark organizations. My manager acts decisively when there are issues of psychological well-being raised, a 4% higher rating, and values and beliefs are respected. Now, as you can see from this slide, we can see the differential not only from the change from last year for the top 5, but at the bottom, the last 2 items, we have processes in place for managing workplace safety, bullying, and honesty is valued at our council. That we can see that there was a 7% and 9% difference between the Selwyn District Council results and that of other local organizations that take the same survey questions. These 5 items shown on this slide are important because they speak to the unique culture that the council has. And when we look to recruit employees to the organization, these are cultural nuances that we can point to in terms of the unique qualities of being a member of this organization. And for many, these will be highly attractive factors in considering a job with the council. Of course, there are opportunities for growth and things that we could be doing better. One area that we scored on lower last year is in below benchmark by 3%. Is our council has a positive reputation with our ratepayers. As you can see by that first item, that's dropped from last year and it's dropped from comparison. It should be noted, though, that while employees feel that they don't have necessarily a positive reputation, when we ask them about, do you feel that you have a positive impact on the community, that those scores are in the 70s. The impact that it can have, perceiving in a purpose-driven organization like the council, perceiving that ratepayers or people external to the council view their work as less than stellar, can have quite a cognitive effect on employees. Having worked in healthcare, which is also a purpose-driven organization, it can create a bit of dissidence and feeling of responsibility for a result like this. And when it's heavier with emphasis on shortcomings of the council, either through in-person criticism from customers or social media expressions of dislike, this could affect people in very personal ways. The other item of concern shown on this slide relates to perceptions about remuneration. While perceptions are above other local governments, employee perceptions of REM has dropped 4 percentage points this year. Now, as a point of comparison, in 2023, the public service results and increases have varied year by year, with a 7% increase in 2023 and a 4.6% in 2024. Two areas of action for the past year have been a focus on performance management processes, which have seen a 2% lift from the activities that have been undertaken, as well as a focus on teams working together. Now, I thought I'd invite Steve to say a few words about some of the initiatives that have been undertaken to get a lift in some of these areas.
Thanks, Michelle. Yeah. So the management have, I guess, worked really hard on these scores, and certainly if we're looking at the positive reputation, we're really mindful. And I think what that signals to the council and our community is our people really care about the work we do, and are actually quite they are listening to the feedback from the community. And you think about the social media profile and what has been going on. Our teams read this, and so they are sensitive to it. But pleasingly, when we've actually done the customer surveys through Denise's team, that actually the customer satisfaction out there is somewhere around 85%. So we're seeing more of the bad side of the story than our customers are probably feeding back to us. It is something that we're looking at, though, and the work that Denise and the team are doing around our customer service proposition will start to hopefully lift our internal messaging around how we look after our community. The other probably key area of focus that's helping to lift a number of areas is we're putting real emphasis and focus at the moment on developing our leaders throughout our organisation, whether it's a frontline leader right through to ELT. That includes more meetings with our heads of departments, making sure we're getting strategic alignment, so the direction of travel we're going in, that we're lining up more people to that, and you see the outcomes in some of our results there. Also getting out there and as a leadership team talking to all of our staff on a regular basis through our setting the scene sessions. So we've done 2 of these now, and that is again around aligning core purpose with all of our teams so that they know what we're doing and they know what the groups are contributing to. So there are probably just a couple that I'll touch on, and we can answer any more questions later.
So my final area of discussion is, what's the impact of employee demographics on the employee experience? And on the left, you can see that when we consider age, that under 35 consists, which is the blue and the green portions of that pie chart, is about 40% of the workforce. So no surprise that pay has become important to this group of workers who make up that 40%. But it's also very important to older workers. I attended a summit last week for HR, and they talked about older workers who are looking to stay in the workforce longer. So of course, wanting to top up their retirement savings before they retire, pay is important to them as well. On the right-hand side, we see job tenure, and if we combine the orange and the dark blue slices, it represents less than 1 year and 1 to 2 years. We have 62% of the Selwyn District Council employees having been in their roles 2 years or less. So if we take the assumption that more years experience equals a better customer experience, this is somewhat of a concern, as it suggests that people are not staying with the council long enough to build up tenured experience. So in summary, Selwyn District Council does indeed have a very strong culture that a large percentage of people care about how the work is done and the environment that it provides, that the organization provides well-being and that they would recommend the Selwyn District Council to others as a great place to work. It's the relationships that people have with those in their teams that many reported on, and their ability to be themselves that contributes to a culture and ethos of inclusion. With this comes the ability to feel that they are having a positive impact on the community. So overall, this potential pays dividends in terms of ratepayer perceptions via improved employee retention. And so that's our very short synopsis of the engagement survey, and we'll open it up for questions. But over to you, Mayor.
Cool. Thank you. It was great. I think there's a few questions around the table, so we will go to John first.
Okay, thank you. Very comprehensive. I I suppose you'd be aware of the Hawthorne effect and the pluses and minuses of surveys, especially where there's not 360-degree feedback to verify them. But the couple of points that stand out for me are the engagement, that there is 63% that advocate that Selwyn's a great place to work. But then when we look at that, I believe there's a fairly low uptake on exit interviews, and given the large turnover, may be a wrong term, but the turnover of staff and the large number that are relatively new, 1 to 2 years, that according to my mathematics, like my finance is not very good, that the commitment, there's 55% that aren't committed, and there's 41% that aren't motivated. And at the end of the day, that's operational on governance. So I'm looking at how does this translate into performance?
Yeah, that's a lots of questions in one go, and so I'll probably choose what I think are some of the richest aspects, because they are very good questions that you're asking. I just remind us that if we say that there's 55% that are committed and 45% potentially that are not, we need to recognize what that 55% represents. So these are individuals who said, I strongly agree that I am committed to the long term, or I agree. It doesn't take account of people who are not sure, people who are sitting in the middle, but it doesn't mean that they disagree and are not committed. So that's the first important thing to remember. The other part, and it has to do with the exit interviews and how we go about measuring that. I'd like to turn over to some of my colleagues in that space to speak to that a bit.
Yeah, and Kylie's probably just getting ready now, but certainly we're really mindful, and one of the things that we're doing, as you know, is reporting these figures publicly through our Audit and Risk Committee, and certainly paying more attention at the moment to that retention number. So Kylie, do you want to touch on a little bit about the exits?
Yes, certainly. We are trying to gather more information on exit reasons. So now when staff do leave, using any resignations so we can capture the reasons for that. We do know we have a group of transient or young people that come for the benefit of having our high schools and universities in the area, so mindful of some of the roles and reasons that people are coming and working in the period of time that they are here. But we are also looking at how we can capture as much information, because it is important based on that retention that we understand the reasons that people are leaving the council, so we can look at what are the things that are actually within our control to influence that in the future.
And I think that's the point from my point of view, that part of the information and evidence gathering, as you're well aware, is it's from the ones that are undecided, and maybe some further exploration and some understanding of why they're understood. But thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, John. Elizabeth.
Hi. If we go back to the tenure pie graph, was that taken from the existing staff?
Yeah, that is the existing staff. So all of the people who were able to fill in the survey.
Yeah, that doesn't, I guess, necessarily give us an indication of end date. So on that note, Steve, do we have at hand the percentage of internal SDC staff who've left in the last 2 years? Because we've had from Kylie, she said that they're wanting to get some information from them before they leave, but I just wanted to know what the percentage is of those who have left.
In terms of the actual turnover, or the people who have filled in the exit survey? So at the moment, as we reported at Audit and Risk last week, our retention rate, or our turnover rate, is 19.8%. And within that breakdown, you will recall there was a slide or a pack that identified that there are probably predominantly more people in the our community services space, whereas Kylie's mentioned that is where we've got more of our young people and more of those transitory, the lifeguard, swim instructor, those frontline service type roles. So that's probably where that's made up. There's a proportion there. but we can certainly provide more detail on that.
Aaron.
Yeah, just quickly following on from John. So it's an interesting observation that you got a really, really good response rate, but then the commitment rate, they were a bit more ambivalent about committing, so that was just an unusual observation. But picking out from that and how you explained that the neutral and the others cast a different light on it, going forward when you're presenting these sorts of numbers, it would be really useful to at least include the neutrals, because we can do the maths to work out the not neutrals, but if 45% of the rest of them are neutral, that's actually not bad then, is it? But if they were all at the other end, then that's bad.
Is one of the reasons that a lot of organizations have moved away from the Gallup measure, which is essentially 12 questions, where the threshold to get an engaged result means that you have to agree or strongly agree, whereas a number of other approaches to engagement measurement does look at those that are sitting in the middle and what the impact of that is. So it more answers, is this a favorable result, a neutral result, or an unfavorable result? And we're really measuring it quite differently now than through that approach.
Aaron, your thing.
You've been kicked off.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, so that's me? Okay. We're over reading through this and other documents about staffing. It's often a bit confusing because sometimes we use FTE, sometimes we use full-time staff, sometimes we use percentages. So I suppose this is just a request going forwards. Could we sort of have some sort of uniform measurement of staffing? And also, I think this probably goes back to John, like the figures I have, the figures up on the chart show one picture. Other numbers that we have received through a Lagoima last year on the 28th of August shows like 103 permanent full-time employees left in 24-25, 150 permanent full-time staff left in 23-24. 2024 we did 19 exit interviews, and 2025 we did only 8 exit interviews. So I just wonder, to me that's, I know if you're saying a percentage, 19%, does that equate across the industry? Is that a normal turnover?
To your last question, I think the industry norm is somewhere mid-teens, and so we're a little bit higher, but we've also got some challenges. Probably to your first point, and I think acknowledging that the rate of change and also the way in which we answered that Lagoima question is probably quite contextually different to an engagement survey that covers off all staff, and so every staff member, excluding casuals, gets to fill this in. So there's some terminology, but I take your first point, being really clear on that, and the way we present this going forward, we can do that.
Cool. Thanks, Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you very much for your time. So I did email a couple of questions to Steve earlier in the week, and one thing that he mentioned as well was that on the marker here where it's got 1 to 2 years, if somebody had been working here for 2 years, 11 months and 30 days, chances are they would be included in the 1 to 2 years, not in the 3 years. So to me that kind of makes it more sort of 1 to just under 3 years, which does make it look a wee bit better. So part of the query was also, how much of that is to do with a growth in the number of staff numbers as opposed to lots of people leaving and being replaced? And the other question is more around the culture of how we view employment these days, to be honest. So roll it back 20 years ago and you kind of wanted to stay in the same job for your entire career or the same company and just progress within it. Whereas these days, with costs and everything else, you're more likely to go, where am I best placed for earning and for career progression? Do I move somewhere else? So the reason why I'm mentioning this in far too great detail was more like, if we have exit interviews, do we ask, would this person consider coming back to Selwyn in the future? Because I have noticed that with a few people. It was like, just a second, I'm sure you left 5 years ago and you're back again. And isn't that fantastic? Because there are certain areas where that is appropriate as part of your career progression, basically.
So I'll pass to Kylie just on the nature of the question we do ask in relation to that last point.
Thank you. I will double check just to make sure I'm 100% confident and get back to you on that one. But I do agree, for some roles, you can reach a point within the council that you may have to get that further development or opportunity. But our role is to make the council a place that people either recommend to others or do want to come back should that opportunity present itself at the time. So I'll follow up to confirm that for you.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you both. Really interesting and really positive to sort of see the values and beliefs, respect figures there, and honesty is being valued as a culture in council, which is fantastic. Compared to other local councils, as a benchmark, is there much impact the fact that we are a high growth council? Would you expect any of those dynamics to be at play?
Yes, that certainly does have a bearing, but I would say that the culture here, when we look at some of those comparisons to other local organizations, particularly the ones around inclusion and psychological safety and the council's focus on well-being, I think that, when you stand 7 to 9% above other local organizations, that's pretty good. Mm. Just by point of comparison, I did check with one of my colleagues at another council, a large council here in our area, and they sit at 71 as well on this particular tool.
Right, interesting. And the other thing, and I'm pleased that you brought it up in the 5 lowest rated around that positive reputation. I mean, that is something that we need to obviously take very seriously, not just as an organisation, but as governors of an organisation too, ensuring that we are looking after our people's wellbeing. So thank you for bringing that to our attention today. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Just noting we're going back around the room and we are 5 minutes over already, so if we can keep it quick. So Elizabeth, you want to finish off?
Yeah, very quick. Was this report benchmarking against only councils? Because you keep referring other agencies.
Yeah, it is. It does include other councils, but I think overall, Shane, do you want to speak to how many? It includes, in the way I looked at it in the reports, is it includes local government organizations, so it's not just councils.
Right, okay. Did we interview, so when I said before internal staff, did we interview staff outside of HQ, such as swim school instructors and things as well?
Yes.
Okay, because I kind of see that on a completely different level, personally, and I think that should be separate. That's my personal view. And also, do we ever have a report back to council around the retention those have left and the reasons why, and what council's doing to identify and work through those processes?
Through the Audit and Risk Committee.
Thank you. Samuel.
Thank you. Interesting stuff. The thoughts that I had was, does the survey have an opportunity to post anonymously?
Yes.
Okay. But, or is it just anonymously, or are you?
It is just anonymously.
Okay, cool. And how many people completed the customer survey?
I might have to throw to Denise if she can recall the numbers. It was in the thousands, or in the.
I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to get it offhand, but I can certainly get it over the course of the meeting.
Okay, cool. And with 66% of the staff being less than maybe 3 years. I think we really need to need to put maybe more focus on these exit interviews and the data that we can obtain from there, because it's like reinforcing the planes that come back. Survivorship bias might play here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the team are providing a real strong focus on the exit survey, but it's really, we can't make them mandatory. It's by invitation, but the team are looking at other ways in which we can elicit feedback and data through a variety of other tools. So, but we're on to that. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Aaron, just, quickly, we need to give time to set up.
Quickly, I think I know the answer, but you've highlighted some of the lowest questions and the differential between the benchmark, and then you had some other items below the local government benchmark, and they were -1 and -2, so there or thereabouts. In the middle of the pack, there aren't any others that were, say, 5 or 6% below. Am I right in assuming that?
Yes.
Yeah, good. That's good. Partitioning out casuals would be good. As Elizabeth said, do you know that in the organisations that we're comparing to, that they included casuals as well? We are comparing apples to apples?
This survey didn't ask our casuals, but it did ask all of our permanent and fixed term staff.
So that includes, I took from the swim instructors, they're in that category?
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's good, thanks. But partitioning out would be useful.
Yeah.
Thank you. Big Red.
Yeah, probably not bad really, like 19.8%, as far as retention goes. I mean, I look at it, costs a bit to bring on the 156 at the bottom versus the 64 that have been here for 10 years. Do you do anything special for people that have been here 10 years plus?
Look, we do recognise tenure of service, and that is one of the things that we do and sort of celebrate through our groups, and we recognise at 10 and 15 and 20, and we've got some people who have been here a long time who have a lot of historic knowledge about how this place used to work and how it does work. So we do recognise that tenure.
Wonderful, beautiful, and there was something else, but it's gone. Thank you, good work.
Cool. Thank you. 17 and a half minutes and a little bit, but give or take, I think there's some really good questions there, and it's really nice to see people asking great questions in this space and being invested in our staff survey and the culture within the organisation. So look, we'll call the briefing to a close for today, and I thank you everyone for your attendance and your Okay, welcome everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the extraordinary council meeting for the 26th of November 2025. There is a primary set of business here, which is the annual report. I will just open with karakia. Whakataka taho ki te uru, whakataka taho ki te tonga, kia ma kina ki uta, kia ma taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, ti hei, Māori ora. Are there any apologies for today? I think with everyone present in the room there would be none. Is there any identification of extraordinary business? So any matters identified that are not other than what is on the agenda? There being none, we'll move on to conflicts of interest. And this is just a bit of a side note, but thank you to everyone that is continuing to send through their conflicts of interest disclosure forms. For the December council meeting, we will actually start to list those on the agenda. So there will be a link to those and they will be listed. And so it would be great if that could all be completed for that process. Are there any conflicts of interest that councillors would like to declare today on any of the papers in front of us? There being none, we will move on to confirmation of minutes. These minutes are from our meeting on the 12th of November. Everyone has actually received draft minutes in circulation before they've been published here. I'd ask for a mover and a seconder that we receive and confirm the minutes is true and accurate. Mover Denise, seconder John. Are there any further comments or amendments from councillors on these minutes? There being none, I will take it to the vote. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. All right, down to the business. We will move on to the report. So we are here today to look at the annual report for the financial year ended 30th of June 2025. Today in the room we also have with us Mr. Derek Olsen from Audit New Zealand and Ms. Annalisa Alstob, our Chair of Audit and Risk. So I will hand over to the team to deliver this paper. Thank you.
Thanks, Lydia. And kia ora, I'm Annalisa Alstob. I think I've obviously met my fellow Audit and Risk Committee members, and I think I've met a couple of you, but not obviously all of you. So great to be here today, great to kind of meet you, and a little bit from my background, I have been the Audit and Risk Committee Chair, I think, for about 5 years. I was the first independent Audit and Risk Committee Chair, so probably Derek would know the answer to this question, but I think longer than 5 years, between 5 and 10 years, OAG put out recommendations that all audit and risk committees in local government should have an independent, and then they also made a further recommendation that that role should also extend to being the chair, just because of that, for various reasons around obviously continuity through elections and obviously being able to be purely independent. So that is kind of my role. You'll probably hear me say that many times, that I am independent, and I always need to obviously follow the code of ethics and make sure that that is my role. So so I'm very pleased to be here today. It's as I started off in the Audit and Risk Committee Hui last week, I firstly want to say an extreme thank you to management, not just the finance team, but the broader communications team and media team and everyone that's been involved in getting us to where we are today. You'll be aware that we are always trying to aim for a 31 October sign-off date. We didn't quite make it, but I think in my 5 years, the closest we've got has been 2 or 3 weeks before Christmas. So, we almost got there, and I think we probably would have if it hadn't have, the cycle hadn't have been around the election time, right? So that is a huge amount of mahi from everyone involved, but especially the finance team to get that. And you'll learn very quickly that, the annual report process is massive, and it's a nice glossy document, but to get to where we need to get to is like a 3 or 4 month process. So that's the first kind of piece of congratulations to the team. The second very important matter is that there are no emphasis of matter from Audit New Zealand, which Derek will refer to later in his korero. Again, that's the first time in 5 years that we have achieved that. We can receive an emphasis of matter, which, in basic terms is, drawing the reader's attention to something. It's not an ultimate red light where Audit New Zealand are giving us almost a vote of no confidence of something in the report, but it's bringing the reader's attention to something to be concerned about. So in the last 5 years, there's always been something, and that is, it has always been out of our control. It's been, sometimes it's been actually dictated from OAG, around 3 waters or just high risk events. So again, no emphasis of matter, and we almost made 31 October. So that's the good news. The next thing, the next kind of part of my korero to the Audit and Risk Committee last week is the purpose of why we're here today. So the annual report, it has 3 parts. So when you've gone through it, you've kind of seen that. The first part is around almost that overview, so there'll be messaging from the Chief Executive, from the Mayor on how the year has gone. The second part is our statement of service of performance indicators, which are audited by Audit New Zealand. So we set targets and then we obviously measure ourselves against those. And then the third part is our financial statements, right? Basically, in simple terms, our balance sheet and our P&L. So our role as an Audit and Risk Committee, and then we obviously give our recommendation to full council, is that we want to make sure that the annual report is a true and fair reflection of our financial position. And that's why we have an auditor like Audit New Zealand that do that job for us. The second part is, have we told the story? Like when we look back 12 months, have we reflected a true and kind of fair reflection of everything that we've achieved in the year? So that is our role when we read every page of the annual report. And I did say in Audit and Risk Committee that I do love reading annual reports because it is a chance to kind of be proud, right? You look back in the 12 months and go, actually, we've done really well and we've achieved what we set out to achieve. But it is not a time to do a deep dive on the spend, okay? Because that money is gone. It's a backwards looking position of where we've gone. So the time to do that is through the Finance and Performance Committee on a quarterly basis when you're getting that financial spend against budget. That's the time to be asking questions on why we're spending in certain areas, or should we be spending in certain areas. That's not the role of today because, fortunately or unfortunately, that opportunity has gone. So when we actually walk through, so I explained the kind of that process. We then explained that as good process goes, the Audit and Risk Committee also have auditor-only time with Audit New Zealand before our hui, and that's just to kind of reflect on how the audit went. Are there any lessons learnt that, we can make sure we get right for next time. We then get Audit New Zealand to kind of give their korero on how they think the audit went in full hui with management, and then we have management actually talk through the finances. So I actually like, and I sit on a few audit and risk committees, but I actually like management to actually take us through, to call it a page turn exercise, but when it's 300 pages, we're not doing a page turn exercise, obviously, but we went through the various sections of the annual report just so that we could then be in a position to answer some questions. We did that, and then we asked some questions, we worked through the process, and then we were in a position to make a recommendation to full council to adopt the annual report as at 30th of June 2025. So that was the process, that's how we got to today. So I'll now hand you over to Derek that can give his view on how the audit went from Audit New Zealand's perspective.
Thank you, Annalisa. Afternoon, Councillors, Mayor, Management. For me also a privilege to be here today and be able also then to present the audit report that needs to be included in the annual report for adoption by Council. As Annalisa has mentioned, I think a good outcome this year whereby we are expressing an unmodified opinion with no emphasis of matter. We did, through the audit process, however, identify some misstatements. Those had been corrected through the process. It's probably worthwhile at this point in time, I'm sure everyone would have read through the audit opinion and what is contained therein, but maybe just to reflect on two key areas within that report, mainly 4 paragraphs, and that's the responsibilities of councillors as well as responsibility of audit. So firstly, council's responsibility is to prepare the annual report and to ensure that the annual report is free of misstatement. You do that through implementing internal controls within the business and monitoring those internal controls on a regular basis. The other responsibility of council is also then to ensure that the entity remains a going concern throughout the financial year as well as for the foreseeable future, which normally is for a period of 12 months post signing of the audit opinion. My responsibility is to express an opinion on the financial statements that have been prepared by council and to ensure that those financial statements are free of material misstatement. So we only report on whether it's a fair reflection, accurate and complete, and that there isn't any material misstatements. So the distinction between what we do and what council do in terms of your respective responsibilities is quite clear in terms of you're responsible for preparing the annual report and needing to ensure that there's internal controls. As part of that internal control process, normally you would also engage internal auditors to monitor your effectiveness and efficiency of the internal controls that you've implemented throughout the year, so that if there are any control breakdowns within your control system, that those are picked up internally and corrected. So it's not necessarily our responsibility to ensure that you maintain your internal controls. We will, through the process and through our substantive testing, determine whether there are any errors. We communicate with management, and then normally that gets corrected as part of the audit process. I think that's quite critical to just make that distinction between what we do as external audit and what your service providers or in-house internal audit does, because that is quite different in terms of scope and purpose. And there might be sometimes a confusion and think there's a duplication in terms of that effort, but it is quite distinct and different. As Annalisa mentioned, also from an independence perspective, external audit is independent from management, from council, whereas in a lot of instances your internal audit function are employees within council, or you might be procuring a service provider to assist you with that function. So just, I think that's quite important to make that distinction. As I said, we did identify some misstatements through the process. Those were corrected, so we can comfortably say that the financial statements are free of material misstatement. Also, as part of your responsibility, and the Mayor and the CE would have signed the representation letter on your behalf, indicating that you attest to all the things that you are responsible for, and that you've provided us with the necessary information to make this assumption and to express our opinion. We also then, through the process, we focus on risk areas, and we've issued a report, I'm sure that's also within your pack, and we've highlighted the focus areas that we've identified at the beginning of the audit, and that is the risks within your organisation, which then necessitates us to do, we do focus our attention and ensuring that that is also a risk-based approach. You would see from those focus areas, a lot of them relate to the fair value of your assets and investments. Those are the biggest items on your financial statement, in your balance sheet. So they do attract a lot of attention. And we need to ensure that the assumptions and judgments being made by council are appropriate in the relevant circumstances. So again, congratulations to council. I think we will make some recommendations to management in a separate report, but overall we are quite comfortable with the internal control environment within the organization and the specific internal controls relating to specific areas of the business. So thank you.
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I thought it might be quite good to start giving a little bit of a information about the papers that you've received, because there's a lot there, and there's been a few changes as well. So tab 4 in your pack is the pack that you received on the 19th, which includes the report with the recommendations and the draft papers. Because we were still going through the audit process, we did signal in the council report that there would be an update as soon as that got confirmed. So earlier today, another pack was provided, which is tab 5, which is the updated information, including the letter of representation, the final audit annual report with the independent auditor's report attached to the back. And we've also provided you with an addendum of changes just for completeness. Most of those changes are quite minor or have been sort of at the request and discussion with audit around some of those things. And then again, with some feedback we received from yourselves around the communication snapshot. So in terms of the recommendations, we're sticking with the main council report, apart from in recommendation E, where there is some clarification in the second report in tab 5, which clarifies that we're adopting the final report, not the draft that you received on the 19th. I hope that's clear, because it might make things a little easier as I talk through the rest of it. I'm going to just talk a little bit about the work that we've done to prepare the annual report, but also parts 1 and parts 2 and some of the key highlights within that. So as has already been mentioned, the annual report really focuses on how council has performed in the year the 1st of July 2024 to the 30th of June 2025. It is the first year of the previous council's long-term plan, the 2024-34. So it's around how we've performed both financially and on a non-financial perspective. In the long-term plan, the LTP, we outlined a number of levels of service, and in the annual report we talk about whether we have achieved those, and audit check that and want to see whether we've got the information, how we've come to the results we have arrived at. So in terms of part 1, is very much a summary of our performance. It focuses not only on our financial but non-financial performance, and some of the sort of key highlights in terms of resurfacing roads, about 84 kilometres of roading, how much we've raised in rates, how many potholes we've fixed. Quite a lot of, I think over 1,000 potholes were fixed after the flooding event in May. And so there is a lot more information, but there's a lot of infographics there, and just to sort of help with that. Part 2 goes into a bit more detail around our 7 activity areas. So our 7 activity areas, which align with what's in the long-term plan, are community services and facilities, local decision-making, environmental regulation, transportation, resource recovery and waste, 5 waters, and finance and support services. And all of those have got levels of services attributable to them. And so in there's a statement of service performance which outlines how we have performed against what we said to the community that we would try and deliver. We've achieved our levels of service on 87% of those measures. In total, there are 178 measures, which is quite a lot. And within each of those activity areas, we have a funding impact statement which talks about the sort of financial performance within those areas. So that sort of gives a bit of an overview around around that part of the report. So what I will do is I'll just talk a little bit about sort of what some of the next steps will be. If council, and the recommendation is for council to adopt the annual report, if council do decide to adopt the report, we will work with audit to produce a summary report, which again is as part of the pack of documents that we need to provide the public. We need to publish that within 30 days of it being adopted, and we'll work with audit to make sure that that is signed off. And the other thing is, and I think this is really important in terms of what we can continue to improve on, is we are having a workshop internally to learn what has gone well, what hasn't necessarily gone so well, and what could be done better. And it's also useful to have the feedback from Audit New Zealand, because yes, we've done much better than possibly Selwyn District Council has done over the last few years, but there's still always room for improvement. So I'm keen to understand how we can do that going forward. I'll now hand over to Neil, who'll talk a little bit more about part 3, which is the financial statements.
Thanks, Rob. So I also just wanted to share that the financial statements you see in the annual report before you is a reflection of the model financial statements we received a copy of from the Office of the Auditor General earlier this year, and we implemented that for this financial year end. As Rob also mentioned, the actual figures that we compare to budget is based off the first year of the current LTP period. So those are the budgeted figures that you see for comparison. So if we refer to the profit and loss, council parent made an operating surplus after tax of $28.7 million, which exceeded the budget, as I mentioned, set by the LTP year 1 by $11.8 million. This is mainly due to $20.6 million higher than budgeted vested assets received. So those are assets constructed by external developers or vendors and then vested to council, and that has to be recognised as revenue. Also, we received $6.2 million higher fees and charges. Those are most significantly in the building consent space, which adds to the growth or reflects the growth of the Selwyn District, and that is offset by lower than budgeted variance in development contributions. There is a bit of a natural offset between vested assets and development contributions, where developer agreements are put in place, where the developers would construct those assets on behalf of council, and they would then vest them over to council to operate and maintain going forward. Total expenses were materially within budget, and there is a detailed analysis of those variances if you refer to note 29 within the financial statements. Below the operating surplus after tax, we have the total comprehensive revenue and expenses of $199 million, which is materially higher than budget. That is due to the fair value assessments, as Derek mentioned earlier, done by external independent professionals. So most significantly, we saw an increase in the fair value of our assets, or our fixed $3 billion of fixed assets, and then also our shares within Orion and Cord. If we refer to the balance sheet, I'll speak a bit about the cash and cash equivalents and the borrowings in one total view. The cash and cash equivalents were $41.2 million higher than the budget, and total borrowings, if we combine the current and non-current, were $28.8 million higher than budget, which reflects a net debt position $12.4 million lower than budget. As we mentioned in last week's finance deep dive, council do borrow at a requirement for all of council. We don't borrow for specific projects, and we also have to comply with our treasury management policy as set within the long-term plan. So management best utilized our borrowing position policy as well as our cash position to create benefits for our taxpayers. Total property, plant and equipment of 2.97 billion was $20.4 million under budget, and that was mainly due to lower capital expenditure. Happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you, Neil. So, councillors, I just touched back on, Robert had covered this off a little bit, is that there are some adjustments to the report that are in front of you, and tab 5 was put into your agenda so that tab 4 wasn't fully refreshed, because if we did that, it would remove every note that you had made on your papers. And I would feel your pain in that situation and not like that to happen to you. So it's been provided as basically a double up in that. But I just wonder, Neil, if there are things that you could touch on any of the changes that are made there. Are you comfortable with the changes? And Annalisa, that might go to you and to Derek as well, to anyone in the team around those.
Sure. As Rob mentioned, the full list is attached, and I know it's a long one. Most of them are minor adjustments, whether it is wording or alignment of headers. Probably the most significant variance that I'm aware of between the version you received in the original pack and the one we're currently adopting is specifically in that note 29, where we refer to a variance in PPE. As we made corrections, that variance commentary just wasn't updated in the version that you received. So I think it mentioned a variance of 116 million on PPE, and as I just mentioned, there's only a variance of $20.4 million. So that's the most significant adjustment that I'm aware of.
It's probably also important to note that that's a very normal process, that you have kind of moving final adjustments right to the very last minute, which is kind of Derek's life. If it was material and I didn't know about it, then there'd probably be a big breakdown between me and Derek. So the fact that they are just last minute adjustments means that there's nothing that's going to jump out in the last hour that would be material and of concern. So as Neil alluded to, it's very common practice to kind of give that delegation to the CE to be able to approve any last minute minor amendments.
Yeah, if I can add to that as well, and I think that's why we only issued our representation letter yesterday morning, because we wanted to ensure all these corrections does not have a material impact on the financial statements. So we are aware of all those misstatements and corrections and assess them against our materiality to determine whether there's any impact on the financial statements, and we're comfortable again with what you see in front of you.
I'd just like to sort of acknowledge all the staff that have been involved in this, because over the last week they've been really pulling out all the stops to make sure that we got this over the line, and recording all those amendments, making sure that they were reflected in the document, going through checks, a bit of a QA as well to make sure that audit were happy that the report did reflect all the changes that they had identified.
Okay.
Last point from me. The other good thing to kind of note is that I've recommended adoption of many annual reports in the not just in the local government space, but much broader, is that it's not uncommon to have a long list of unadjusted differences. And so that's where management and the auditor disagree. So whether that's through timing or differences, but again, it's a reflection that management and the auditor have worked really well together and have got to a position where we don't have any unadjusted differences that need to be disclosed from your perspective. So again, that shows the culture and the strength of the two teams working together.
Cool. Maybe there's a little bit of responsibility here as well. I note that this is the earliest that Selwyn District Council has had their annual report available for adoption. It was actually the end of October, but I asked for it to be pushed back, noting that we had a new council, and I wanted to make sure that everybody was onboarded, inducted, and had the information that they needed to be comfortable in this space. And I have said, I know it is really hard to accept somebody else's work for 12 months prior that is potentially not yours, and that includes myself to own this with not my name in the front cover, but noting it as a looking backward document. But look, I think that was the right thing to do, to push it back, and I thank you to Audit New Zealand for being flexible in this space and acknowledging that for us. But yeah, we're open for questions if people have any questions of the team here. We are good. John.
Yes, look, thank you, and I'm well aware of the blood, sweat and tears, especially from staff and the auditor and the Audit and Risk Committee, that goes into the presentation of an annual report. And obviously I'm new, but I suppose what struck me was that it is a glossy document, and I have no doubt that it's a true and fair reflection of the finances, and that there is sort of a legislative requirement for the auditor to make sure that it's free of material misrepresentations. So the threshold is fairly high, but what concerns me is that, and no criticism, the options presented are a bit of a Hobson's choice, but that's okay. Hard decisions have to be made, and my main concern is that the way I view an annual report, which may be because of my generational perspective, that it should be a comprehensive account of Council's activities from the previous year, which covers not only the financial, but Council's activities and non-financial performance. And that may well be historical, because I'm not in a position to say whether Selwyn District Council has covered off that broader range or where it's a more narrower report of the annual finances. And just my reading through the draft and hopefully being fully updated on the changes, I've got no real issue with the changes, but reading through the draft, I was just left with this uncertainty. Can I put my hand on my heart and say that I feel that the annual report is going to adequately inform the people of Selwyn as to how well the council has performed? And what I was left with a few heart tremors was that there are several issues, and I'm not going to go into them now because it's not the place or time, that I felt could have been, in my personal view, better addressed and better raised in the period of time. And I support the Mayor's decision to delay, because I presume, again, Hobson's choice from me this time. The only other option was to have the previous council take the responsibility and get it signed off. So that's just my statement, and if there's any response, I'd be more than happy to hear that. And also, if I have a dated or an out of time perspective, don't hesitate to draw that to my attention.
I probably could just add a comment. I think Rob's comment of that continuously wanting to do better, and the workshop that will happen in coming weeks around the process of pulling the annual report together. I mean, Neil alluded to the fact that we have followed the OAG's model, so the model of preparing the statements, but completely hear your corridor around the commentary, and telling the story. And so, that story has been told, and it's used, I guess, a format and the language from a previous council who were obviously very comfortable with that. But that doesn't mean in future years that, you want that story to be told slightly differently. So I would, obviously it'd be a management decision, not my decision, but I would strongly encourage to use, the next 6 months to pull together those kind of thoughts and going, look, it was true and fair. Yes, that middle section are our KPIs which is non-financial. We have measured against those, which is linked to our long-term plan, but maybe that upfront piece that's your story. That's the mayor and the councillors and management's collaborative story. So I imagine that next year's, that first section will look very, very different. So I think, I kind of encourage to use the next 6 months to push those views forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Sarah?
Thank you very much. I'm glad you said that about the context around that first section because, I agree with John. It sort of felt to me like we might have quite a different story to tell going forward. But really, I enjoyed reading the story and I'm actually very impressed that how well you can tell it within the bounds of what is required from the OAG as well. So really just acknowledgement for all of your mahi that has gone in from all of the team because this is a huge achievement. So thank you.
Elizabeth?
Great. Well, it is the end of a chapter, isn't it? Because it's a new council, and I absolutely love on this page where it says on the 29th of November we're going to publicly release it online, stakeholder email, etc. Tools are to reduce the number of printed copies, reduce away, because I don't think there'll be too many people who want to take it home for reading because we are all forward-looking from today.
Not we did ask for questions. I'm not sure if that is a question directed at me, but look, it's fine. And, like I said, we're adopting something else that isn't ours to own together, but there are lessons learned in the past too. Was there any other updates from anyone?
Yeah, I was just going to get Steve to talk about the corporate reporting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Lydia. And I think just in response to John and Sarah's comments, and it is a focus that we did talk to the Audit and Risk Committee last week about our focus around lifting our corporate reporting. And as you've noted, this is a one-year picture, but we've got many opportunities through the Finance and Performance Committee to talk about our financial performance, but also our non-financial performance. And one of the things that Rob and his team are doing to possibly, I think, give council a confidence and a chance to see our ongoing progress is we're going to be bringing back a more fulsome corporate report to council, starting with a briefing in February and leading towards sometime in May or June, more balanced non-financial reporting where you get to see the work of council on a monthly or bi-monthly basis rather than once a year. And so we've taken your points on board, and there will be a focus for the team over the next 6 months.
Thank you, Steve. We'll just note that so Resolution E on the screen just has a slight change there in saying it adopts the annual report for the financial year ended 30 June 2025 attached as Attachment A to the update on the previous council report from the 19th of November 2025 report. So that is just the slight changes that Audit New Zealand, Chair of Audit and Risk, and our finance team have said that they are comfortable with, and has been added into the agenda pack. So there have been no more questions from anyone around the table. Can I ask that someone move the recommendations in front of us today? Elizabeth, is there a seconder for that? Sarah? Is there any debate on this? Okay, there being none, I will put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Call it carried. Yes, would you like your abstention recorded, John? Noted, thank you. So aye, against, abstention, call it carried. Thank you. I know that probably seems maybe a little underwhelming for you and the team that have spent a long time putting this together, but noting that there has been a lot of work that has gone into this, and changing the ways of how we operate and striving to do better, I think, is fantastic for the way that the team has been operating. So it is a thank you for the hard work that's gone in to get this on the table, close to legislation timeframes. So well done and thank you. Okay, we will move on to the CORD AGM paper, which is tab 6 in your agenda. So directly following this extraordinary meeting, councillors are welcome to join CORD for their AGM, which will be held in this room. I will pass over to Chief Executive and any of her team to present this paper.
Thanks, Lydia. This is a procedural paper, so council is the parent company. We have one key stakeholder vote, which is why we're looking for the appointment of Mayor Lydia and Councillor or Deputy Mayor Big Red as an alternative should anything happen to Lydia between now and the CORD AGM and the next few hours. To vote on accepting the CORD Director's report, and in terms of the remuneration as well. So I'll just leave it there.
Cool, thank you. Look, I'll go to councillors for questions on the AGM paper. There are none. Tracy.
I just wonder when, to do with public excluded, I get that we have to comply with the statute, but I just wonder if there isn't also like a human being way of putting it in there too, so that when the public read it, they've got a more layperson's understanding of why we were excluding. I'm not saying don't put in the statutory stuff. I'm just saying because people see excluded and commercial sensitivity, and we all know that there are people who go, oh yeah, that's just because they're hiding behind commercial sensitivity. So I'm just wondering if we can't do a layperson's little thing about why we're doing it. That's all. We don't have to do it.
Look, thank you. We will endeavour to do that going forward, and after any items that are in public excluded, before we close that section, councillors are asked around date of release, and we'll release the information, and perhaps we'll try and wrap up some explanation into that release, if that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, so if there's no other questions on the paper, we will put the resolution in front of us. Is there a mover for this resolution? Sophie. Is there a seconder? Tracy. Is there any debate? There being none, all those in favour please say aye. Aye. Against? We'll call that carried. I will now ask for a mover to move into public excluded. Is there a mover for this? Reece, a seconder, Aaron. All those in favour please say aye. Against? Call that carried. We will just pause for a moment while the live stream stops.